Ah, yes. I listened back to the last stream, and, wait a minute here. There we go. Oh, wait. There we go. I listened back to the last stream, and I saw that the, audio was a little bit loud on the music, and I think the music is meant to be background music because it's AI music. So let me make sure that's going there. Wait, what if I do that? Then I do that. Alright. So my father came and visited me, and he brought me a corn cob pipe, and I put some American Spirit 100% organic tobacco in there. I gave it one puff by myself. I still don't know how to use it, so I figured I'd try it out here live. Oh. There's no screen in here. It's interesting when there's no screen. Yeah, I really don't know how to do this thing. But I also got a beer. Thought I'd enjoy one of them. Good morning, Ryujinu. Oh wow, it is the morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday, I believe. Yeah, it's Saturday. Ah, nice sip of beer. I'm trying to learn how to use this corncob pipe. I don't got a screen in it, so I think that's not ideal. I have no idea what I'm doing. I nailed it! I mean, I think you... No. Wait a minute. You can inhale that, right? It's the cigars you're not supposed to inhale. But I can inhale this, right? Oh. Okay. We must continue the experiment. Come on now. Is my lighter out of juice? Interesting. You can like... That's pretty fun. Ooh. Yeah, I'll have to study the art of doing that, so. The only smokable you're not supposed to inhale is clove-based stuff. See, I'm too much of a lightweight to inhale. So I just let it dance around on my tongue. But I heard that you're not supposed to inhale cigars. And I think... Because if I were to inhale it into my lungs, that would take a significant amount of time for my lungs to repair themselves from all the like gunk and tar inside of there, since there's no filter, right? Like cigarettes have filters. I think my lighter's out. Oh no. Gotta back up. Whoa. You can definitely get some vape clouds that way. This thing is way better for vape clouds. Hello, Panzerbill. Oh, yes. Happy Saturday. That's... I don't know how to do it, though. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. Okay. So... I need to level up my mining in order to do a quest, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to level up some mining. You're right about the spars, you're just supposed to taste? Okay, good. Now how about this? I grew some peppers, some cayenne peppers, and they're finally, I had my first pepper. Happy birthday. I grew some cayenne peppers. Hallo Paladizia. Ausgezeichnet. Ja, es ist sorry. Happy birthday, Paladizia. I grew this pepper. I grew this myself, so I'm gonna have a bite of it and see what happens. It's a cayenne pepper. It's very hot. I mean, it's not as... When I swallow it, it's gonna be bad, I think. Yeah, it's very hot, but it's like, it's not like one of those like crossbred peppers where it's like bred specifically to like melt your face. It's like just the right amount of hot. It was, I mean, obviously it's been bred and stuff, but nah, thank you, Paladizia. That's spicy. Yeah, it's just enjoying the weekend, having some whatever this is. Yes, I really enjoy. My mouth is very tingly right now. I'm slobbering because it's so hot from that pepper right there. Ich glaube, I believe 6 Erdinger, $13. Oh, it's hot. It's getting hot now. Oh man. Woo. Yeah, it cost $13 for 6 Erdinger. So, whoa, what just happened? It's hot. Oh. Okay. What was I doing? So if I get out the calculator. Oh yeah, it's a hot pepper. Oh. Was it 2 times 6? So it's that's a hot pepper. No, I don't got milk, but I got beer, probably. Happy birthday. I was hoping that would give me some energy. Because coffee's too much for me, but the really spicy pepper. Alright, how do I not be all exaggerative? I gotta not exaggerate how hot it is. Okay, I don't know how to use the corncob pipe. So I'm just gonna get out my stogie. Since I know how to do that one better. Whoops. Yeah, I just thought I'd try that. Oh man. We'll grab a stogie, I don't know. Oh man. Oh, that was hot. Still is hot, actually. Oh. I'm like drooling. I think that was a mistake to eat that. Oh, by the way, let me show you something. Got my webcam pointed up here now. If you see that, wait, how do I point to it? There's a hole in my attic, and I've got a duct fan sucking air out so the smoke doesn't get all up in this room.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I tried eating a pepper. That was good. Oh. Yeah, whoa. And my mouth is still really hot. I also got this Sega Saturn. I don't know if you can see that. Hooked up. So if I turn it on, like that. Oh, it seems a little laggy. Das geht mir ziemlich gut. Ich habe einen Pfeffer gegessen. It's a little, I don't know if you can see that. It's a little spicy. So yeah, I got my Sega Saturn hooked up. I could play like Sonic or something if I wanted to. Surprise exam. Oh, wow. Yeah. I think this lighter's running out. I don't know why my gag reflex is getting triggered. Probably because it's too spicy, the pepper. Maybe. Yeah, but Battle Station, we've got some upgrades going on. It's not exaggerated if it feels that hot. Thank you. I constantly feel like my reactions are exaggerative. Hello, outwitted fox. So yeah, this speed run is going to require me to get, is this still lit? Yeah, I think I prefer the stogies. I gotta learn the art of that corn god pipe. I think I got tears in my eyes right now. What a mistake. Okay, so now I know. Don't eat the pepper before you start the stream. Or maybe that could be a mindfulness exercise. I can practice eating peppers and not reacting to it. I mean, obviously my body's gonna salivate. But instead of like talking about how much it hurts, I should just let it happen. Whew. I don't know. It's okay, don't cry. We are here, or you. Thank you. You recently have been coming to terms with the fact that sometimes the sensitivity of your body is higher than others. Huh. Yeah, usually I can eat spicy food, but like I always get the maximum level of spice at Indian restaurants, and I don't have any problems with that. But that fresh cayenne pepper straight off the plant, that's kicking my butt right now. No, I have not worked on my German accent. Sorry. Okay, yeah, this will probably be the worst part of the enjoyment here, because I've decided to eat a freaking pepper. I thought it'd be interesting. But yeah, I think I'm sensitive in certain respects as well, like with eye contact. Like I can maintain eye contact with somebody, right, while talking to them. But if we start talking about things that are really complicated, I have to break eye contact in order to visualize. So I don't know if that's what you mean by extreme sensitivity. Like, if I'm trying to express like how to like logically work through a problem while looking at somebody right in the eyes, I literally can't do it. Yo, good morning, Henry Chocola. Henry Chocola, I've been waking up every day at 6:45 a.m. and meditating, so it's like forcing my sleep schedule. Like there was one time I woke up, I've been doing that for 2 weeks now. There was one time I woke up where I was dead tired. I forced myself to meditate, and then I fell asleep afterwards. So even in extreme tiredness, I'm still getting my 6:45 a.m. meditation, which is nice. Guten Morgen. That makes it easier for you as well. Problem is, people think you're lying then. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm trying to force myself to look at everyone's eyes now when I talk to them. I don't know if it's that they think you're lying, it's that you're not paying attention. So, and it's very difficult to do that. So I have to tell them. I haven't said it. No, I've said it a couple times. It's like, sorry, I had a lapse in my concentration. What was that again? Like, I'd say stuff like that. But the next level is saying, sorry, I can't look at your eyes while I'm thinking about this. It's too complicated. Like, because there's something about looking in someone's eyes that's very overwhelming for me. Like, if I'm listening, it's okay. But if I'm trying to talk to them while looking into their eyes, that's difficult. Yeah, I'm trying to force looking directly into the eye. I'm trying to go balls to the walls. But that's the other thing. It's like, if I force it, is that helping? Right? Because when you're forcing something, it's artificial. If it's natural, then it's okay. But the problem is, what's my eye color? I think it's like greenish brown, mostly brown with a flare of green. One might say hazel. Yeah, but mostly brown. The camera doesn't pick up the colors accurately. Like, whatever my eyes are on cameras, that's not what they look like IRL with like sunlight. Because right now there's like light reflecting off the wall, which then goes into my eyes. The wall's yellow, so it's kind of like... I did color adjust the camera so it shows the correct color of the pepper. Oh, dang it, it's actually too red. I screwed up the color adjustment on the camera. Whoopsie! I don't get spontaneous diarrhea after 1 minute of eye contact. I don't get that. Dang it, I don't like this bank pen situation. Every time. Alright. Boom. I gotta keep my secret pin. Because I use that pin for my garage door. No, I don't. That was a lie. Alright. Deposit everything, please, and just switch all this. So I'm speed running right now, trying to get my mining up to level 15 so I can mine iron and do Doric's quest. Yeehaw. I was watching the speed run on the internet. So I think this is better than drinking the vodka. The vodka is good for like the grand finale, but just sipping on beer is much better. I'm not taking more drugs. I've got nicotine, alcohol. The most extreme drug for me of all the socially acceptable drugs is caffeine. I tried caffeine again last week. My boss bought me another coffee, and I decided, well, I could drink 4 sips of caffeine. I did that, 2 weeks ago. So he bought me a green tea, and I'm like, I drank like half of it. I was out of control at work. I could not suppress myself. I was like talking a million miles a minute. Like, there was one time on Instant Messenger at work, I was talking to 6 different people at once for the same problem. It was like blah, 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 blah. And then also, like, we were talking in a physical meeting too, and I was just like blah 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 blah. But I was saying work relevant things, which was nice. So it was like the thing I was talking about wasn't a waste of, there was no pleasantries in what I was saying. But the half-life of caffeine is like 5 to 6 hours or whatever. So as the day progresses, that half a cup of green tea that I drank starts hitting, and that's only like 12 milligrams of caffeine, right? A cup of coffee's got like 200. So I'm drinking like 1/20th of what okay, this is how powerful caffeine is for me. So it gets later in the day, and some lady's talking about like that VP crapped on so-and-so. And I laughed out loud because I visualized in my head somebody crapping on somebody else. So I started laughing. And I'm sure everyone's like, what in the world? Why is he laughing? That's weird. And then the other guy said, oh, well, this just short dumped in production. And I heard dump, and I connected it with crapping on. And I started laughing absolutely hysterically. And then I had to say it out loud. I was like, I'm sorry. She just said crapped on, and then he just said short dump. And as soon as I said that, the guy across from me started laughing. And when he started laughing, I laughed so hard that tears were coming out of my eyes. I was wheezing, laughing so hard at a poop joke that I made. So that's what happens when I drink caffeine. I can't do that at work anymore. So, yeah. What is my industry? Yes, I love laughing at doo-doo as well. I don't know what my industry... I mean, I do, but... My industry is the industry of office worker. I'm an office worker. Yeah, so I gotta avoid coffee for now. It's a little too much. But tobacco is nice and gentle when you don't inhale it into your lungs with a cigar. You just let it dance around in your tongue and you absorb it through your mouth, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, yes. Gotta chill out. Alright, now I'm mining. I mean, yes, the joke is that I'm a poop sifter. The old running joke is as follows. There's an imaginary sewage plant in which I work, and I'm not in any way comparing that to the job that I work at. It's just a running joke because I think poop's funny, as I just described. So I work in this imaginary sewage plant, and there's a factory line with a conveyor belt where all the scheisse rolls along the conveyor belt, and I take my hands and I pick out all the toilet paper and all the whatever that is not the scheisse, and davon from that we make fertilizer and we sell it. It is called milorganite. I will show you. Right now, it is called milorganite. This is imaginary, by the way. Milorganite. This is not real. This is a made-up milorganite. And if you look and see how milorganite is made, it is exactly as I am saying right now. The human poo-poo is turned into the milorganite, and then you have great fertilizer. Siehst du das? That's just great, isn't it? I gotta stop speaking German. It's English hour. That's right. I mean, it's not really my product, because I'm trying not to lie, and I'm trying not to say bad words. So I should have said poop instead of scheisse. Ah! I just dropped hot ash on my finger. Marvelous. Okay, why can't I mine? What's going on? Okay. I just ashed my cigar on my own finger. Yikes. Yes! Meow, of course. But of course, meow. When I was installing this, let me show it again. When I was installing the smoke vent up there, if you can see it up there, that little hole in the ceiling, I left my hammer up there, and there's so much insulation up there I don't want to get, so I just got the big sledgehammer. My other hammer's in the attic, so we'll have to do it. There it is. We have the big hammer slap. It's very nice. It's very relaxing. Yo, what's up, femboy seducer? I don't know what QT means, but I'm a rugged... tough cowboy. What's up? Yeah, it's pretty ghetto, but the idea of it is for it to be temporary so that, one, I don't destroy... Oh, and the cool thing is the switch in my room operates it as well, because you see that extension cord? That extension cord goes into the attic, and that outlet is controlled by the switch on the wall, which simultaneously controls the light that's coming out of the ceiling. So it's just yeah, it's a little ghetto, but it's just version 1, and it's very easy to uninstall. So that was the idea, just a quick temporary thing. What are you saying, Candid Oak? Gottes... Warte mal, ich sollte jetzt Gottes say installing a vagina in the ceiling definitely solves a lot of problems. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's possible to install a whatever. Yeah, that I didn't. I didn't say that S4SK. Canada Oaks said that, not me. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. The Americans, I don't know if you are very innovating. I take the fast path, but a proper German engineer would take the very methodical, slow path and engineer the best solution. But I'm going quick because I ain't got time for that. I mean, if it wasn't my house, I'd probably do the slow way, but yeah. Now, I feel like, yeah, I'm definitely not a German. I'm an American through and through. Like my, quick fixes, my quick vents in the ceiling. It's very nice. Yeah, it took me one day of going up in the attic and looking at it. And then that was like 10 minutes. And then I slept, and when I woke up, I'm like, okay, let's do it. And then another 10 minutes the next day, and I shoved the vent in there. There's a duct vent running through the attic towards my, I don't know. Du hast einen deutschen Pass, Abom? That makes me feel good. I got a Deutsch pass from the Deutsche. Bei Geburtstag steht bei dir 1-1. Warte mal. Oh yeah! Genauso wie SAP. I don't know if you know that German company. But that's how they rig up their dates in SAP. 12/31/99, the max date. Okay, well. This is great. I've got some sparkling water, or I've got some like lemon juice sitting here on my desk. So if I want some sparkling water later, I can just pour the sparkling water on top of my lemon juice. Have myself some lemon sparkling water. I like researched the speed run for this game, what I'm doing right now, and the dude was like switching worlds. So I think when I do this speed run, I'm going to do a variant where maybe eliminating the world switching. I don't know. Maybe I'll go into world switching once I get better at this. But I gotta figure out the routine, and the problem is I can never have time to play games off stream given my current situation. So I've got to learn this on stream, but simultaneously make the stream a source of personal enjoyment. So I don't know. Wonder if there's anything left in this corncob pipe. I'll give it a shot here. This is a great speed run. I'm going so fast. Marvelous. I need something to spit in. I gotta get something to spit in. I got me some gunk up in there. Hello? I need me a cup. Oh, I gotta get a cup. Oh man, I tell you what. That'd be pretty good. Oh, there's one. Give me down down. There we go. Yes, the corncob pipe. Is it still lit? Let's see. I don't know how to do it. Like, You're supposed to be able to get it lit, and you can just let it chill in your mouth. Like that. But I gotta put a screen in there. Fortunately, I got plenty of screens after past endeavors. You have to keep it going. I don't got a screen in there, though. I gotta get a screen up in there. Here, let's see. I was thinking about playing Zelda OOT because that looks, you know, really legit. But, honestly, it's just too mechanically complicated right now because the free time to practice stuff during the week is not there anymore. Like back when I did Ocarina of Time, I used to sit there playing the game all week in my spare time. Now at work, it's getting so involved at work that when I get home at the end of the day, I'm just absolutely exhausted and have no time to practice speedrunning. So Ocarina of Time might be too complicated. But so maybe if I get this one down, I could switch to like Ocarina of Time after that. I don't know. I have no idea what the future holds anymore. I have no clue. What's up, Dr. Dracula? I hope you're having a fantastic birthday. Yes. I don't know, Outwitted Fox. Oh no, I just blew the ash into the air. Because like I blew into the corncob pipe and ash went everywhere. That's great.
I'm doing pretty good, Dr. Dracula. I'm sipping on a beer, trying out this corncob pipe. It's pretty nice.
I think it's all ash. Yeah, I gotta learn the art of the corncob pipe. I really fudged it, so. We can try that another time. For now, we just gonna stick to the stogies S4SK. I'm sorry. Stogies. I know how to do the stogie now. In my own little way. But yeah, Gamescom 2026. I don't know about that because, let's see, 2026. Yeah, as time goes on, this project I'm working on at work is getting more and more intense.
Smoke and a pancake, winking face emoji, speedy emoji.
Chemical Robot, I'll give you 4 big hammer slaps for that big 41 months. Thank you. Thank you, Chemical Robot. Not sure why I put my foot in the air, but I did. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, as time goes by, this project at work is getting ever more increasingly intense, right? So it is, it's taking away from my ability to do extracurricular activities. Like, for example, when I woke up this morning, I actually worked. Because the best moments of my day are in the morning. So I went and did some complicated stuff. And I'm sure as time goes on in this project, it's going to get more and more intense. Because there's 3 parts to our system, like segmented based off of like... How do you say this obscurely? The business area, the functional area. So... We're taking care of the 2 most obvious ones, but the 3rd one, they're saying, oh, that's going to take 2 years. And based off of other people trying to do this in the industry, and no one has pulled it off in that time frame. In fact, so it's going to be one of those things where, yeah, chaos is about to break out at work. It's getting increasingly more and more. Like, I keep anticipating it's going to be crazy in a month, but... I just know that it's going to be ever increasingly more intense. So having time to like do things off stream such as practicing Ocarina of Time speedruns, it's just not going to be an option, man. So just gonna have some stogies, man. I don't know what smoking a pancake means. But I like smoking a beer. Yeah, that corncob pipe seems pretty nice though, because I can actually hold that in my mouth. So
I gotta learn how to do that in such a way to where it stays lit, just like this stogie. That would be nice. Yeah, I kind of miss the old ways of doing things where, I mean, it does look sophisticated. I mean, I could, like, this is the level 1 pipe, right? The corn cob pipe. It's kind of like, oh, it's just corn cob. And if I break it, I can just get a, you know, it's, well, actually, my dad gave it to me, so I don't want to break it. I want to preserve it. But I got to put a screen in there because sucking in all the ash sucks. I'm going to dump this corn cob pipe out. I can't even dump it out. Yeah, like I don't have the tools to do the corn cob pipe. Just a little bit of beer. A little bit of tobacco. Yeah, I don't want to. The only herb I'll be smoking is tobacco, which I guess is not an herb.
I don't know why I said that. Oh, yeah.
Probably because of the word Gandalf. But I heard that nicotine like makes you less sensitive, makes your CB1 receptors less sensitive. So if you're like a leather-lunged tobacco smoker, which I'm not, I'm just puffing a cigar, not even taking it into my lungs. Apparently, it is an herb. I didn't know that, Jarmaid. Jarmaid. Was it? I can't remember if you played RL Craft back in the day when that was a thing. Or maybe that was someone else. I know Blair Waldorf was one. I can't remember if you played Jarmaid. I think you were like a bikini bear or something in the game. Anyway. Oh, you watched? Okay. See, my memory is a little... You were a bikini bear. Look at that. Oh.
Check it out. I remembered. Ooh, yeah.
So, it's very challenging trying to figure out, you know, like doing something. I feel like right now I'm pretty jive with what I'm doing, but I want to figure out how to do something entertaining on stream. And like my most entertaining self, I'm pretty sure, is when I drink caffeine, but I don't want that as a crutch. I don't want to need a drug to unlock a certain part of myself. Because at work when I drank caffeine, I was making people laugh. Or at least one person. Now, I'm pretty sure 2 people were laughing at the potty humor. But yeah, I can't be drinking caffeine at work. I gotta save that for outside of work, because that gets me... Caffeine literally makes me high.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of was myself in those moments when I was high on caffeine at work. Like, because I was laughing at poop jokes. No one was making a poop joke. I just turned it into a poop joke. And I literally had to say why I was laughing, which made other people laugh. But here's the other problem. I was so high on caffeine, I couldn't sit still. I literally had to excuse myself from the office so that I could walk all the way down the flight of stairs in the building and all the way up the flight of stairs in the building just to burn off that energy, because I was so hyped from the caffeine. I had to burn it off. Caffeine used to do nothing for me. Well, I think this is what I think caffeine does. It's a sneaky drug. I mean, the caffeine brings on the anxiety, actually, when I drink too much. Like when I drank coffee with my dad, I had like
horrifying terror fear, but I was able to suppress it. And I told my dad that, but if I drink just a little bit of caffeine, it sets me off like a firecracker, and I only have very minimal existential thoughts. I think when I'm sober, it's like I'm almost, I wouldn't say schizophrenic, but the thoughts that I have are in that territory. I relate things together that shouldn't be related together. Like this one guy at work, he'll talk to himself while he codes, and it's like my brain listens to that, and it applies what he's saying to what I'm doing because I can't tune anything out. I have to hear it when he's talking. So I'm trying to concentrate on writing some line of code, and he's saying like, "Oh, you turkey," and I think like, "Oh, he's calling me a turkey right now." Like, I don't know. But he's really talking to his code. See, I don't want to wear headphones because I like being able to participate in the group vibe whenever it happens. And you never know when the group vibe is going to happen. But the problem is when you got I couldn't get any work done because it was just nonstop talking, and I can't tune out when someone else is talking. Like I have to hear what they're saying. So yeah, music might be nice, but it's like someone walks in and says, "Oh, hey, a bomb," and it's like I don't hear them because I'm so tuned into what I'm doing. I'm trying to not do that anymore. I used to do that at work with like the headphones and stuff, but I stopped. So I had to get all my work done outside of work as a consequence of that. So that kind of sucks. But I like the people at work, so I like hearing what they have to say. So maybe it's worth it. Yeah, I was thinking about getting like some white noise or something. But fortunately, the most complicated thing I've got squared away. It's like I've got to manually create like since systems are being migrated, it's like I got to create an API to export a huge swath of data, but I also have to create a delta so each subsequent call only outputs the changes that have happened since last call, and it's all going to be manual. So it's like manual nitty-gritty coding just so it can be as efficient as possible, since it's, a REST API method, whatever. I don't know. Woof, bark, meow. High swart poop.
Oh, yeah, let's go,
Okay, so I think my mining is now high enough almost. I just gotta do one more load. I think I'm gonna need these bars for something in this quest later. Meow. Meow. Oh yeah, I need another sip of beer. Yeah. Gotta learn to balance with beer. Yeah, there's all kinds of things I'm trying to learn while I'm doing this stream, retaining them for the future. Like, yeah. Guten Abend, mein schöner Mensch. Hallo, Tennessee. Wie geht es dir? Ich hoffe, dass es geht dir gut. Yeah, beer and food, the food being tobacco. Yeah! I love me some stogies. But I gotta learn the corncob pipe because I think that's more like I imagine like if I'm trying to fly to a different country, which I don't want to do, but if I'm trying to fly to a different country, I can't bring 50 cigars with me. I gotta bring a corncob pipe. That way in the other country I can just buy 100% organic tobacco. See, Chemical Robot, last weekend I drank a shot of vodka, and I love the way that made me feel. But I gotta stop doing a thing where I push it too hard, and I gotta keep it in balance, so that I can vibe with the rest of whoever may be drinking. Because I'm imagining there may be a scenario in the future where, what if I'm drinking with I'm not saying this will happen, but What if there's a scenario where I'm drinking with my esteemed colleagues? I need to be able to drink in such a way that I'm not overdoing it. Like Hennessy? Yo, I like Hennessy's from Maple Story, Tennessee. Tennessee. I put up a new exhaust fan in my room. Let me show it to you. I'm proud of it. I keep showing it. So if you see, there's a light in the ceiling, but it's descended down, and there's a exhaust pipe coming through. You can't really see it too well, but it's sucking air at extreme quality right now. It's like sucking all the smoke into the attic. So got a nice exhaust fan up in here. The right place to drink? Well, I would certainly not go to the bar. I wouldn't go to the old Wembley. Or the pub, or whatever that name of that pub was in Amsterdam next to our apartment. You drank with the big bosses after the election, and you're proud to say you did not make a super fool out of yourself. That's very nice. I drank a little bit of caffeine and I made a fool out of myself. Oh, that was so embarrassing. But at least someone else laughed. So it was like, I'm not a fool because my humor was shared. But then the other guy, the other guy came in the room and made a fart joke. But my energy wore off by then, so I was just like stone cold. I was like, oh, I wasn't able to laugh at his fart joke. But, oh well. Yeah, I got an exhaust pipe up in there, custom installed, the scuffed lazy way. I just like me a shot of 40% alcohol by volume, whatever. I think that's my number. I did take a shot of 95% by volume alcohol before, and I'd have to work my way back up to that, so. Well, I had previously, Meow, I had a box fan in the window, but the problem with the box fan in the window was it allowed all of the outdoor temperature to come in, so this is so strong that it's sucking air. There's air from the HVAC system pumping cool air into my room right now, and it's still strong enough despite that open pipe. It's sucking air through my door too, because that duct fan in my attic is extremely powerful. Cigar smoke I think is worse than cigarette smoke because there's no filter. You're not supposed to inhale it, although I am kind of inhaling it right now, secondhand. But you're supposed to just let it dance on your tongue, apparently. Supposed to. And, but I know, like, some of my other friends, like, if I had a bunch of stogies and I was sitting on a festival ground with my other friends, they'd just, like, inhale this. But it's like, there's so much tar, like, I don't want that in my lungs. I'm trying to take the middle path. Moderation. Oh, yeah, the smell's pretty intense. It'll linger. But I just leave it on for a couple days afterwards, and then the smell's gone. Now, I believe earlier there's someone, Ryujino, in here. He's probably not here anymore because, you know, that's the nature of streams. But if Ryujino's still in here, he said last time that, like, the smoke will create a film on the wall, and that's true. So I'm hoping that the power of this fan is not allowing too much of that smoke to collide with the wall and create that yellow film. I'm trying to avoid that. But it's a, you know, it's a balance. Yeah, yeah, my sister was telling me about a Tennessee smoke-to-lung experience where she directly inhaled a full-fledged cigar to her lungs. And she was vomiting for quite a while afterwards. Thank you, Viving Viva. This is the way that I hold this cigar because it just makes me feel so nice when I hold this cigar this way. This is my way of holding this cigar. I don't quite know how to use the corn cob pipe yet, so I'm saving that for later. There's so much ash in this corn cob pipe. We'll try this later in the stream. Okay, now I'm 15 mining. So let's do Dork's quests. Yo. Alright, we're speed running right now in this game. Bernsteinzimmer. Nein, ich weiß nicht, was das bedeutet, but the famous... Oh, meine Güte, a famous room which never got found. Your father called his smoking room that way because of the yellow walls. Yeah, I think that my walls are going to get very yellow from all of this smoke, this Rauchen. Yeah, it's crazy that the cob isn't burning away. Maybe because it's like organic, like some kind of like, I don't know why it's not burning. That's weird. Maybe because there's like moisture content and should I Google it? S4SK? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna Google it. All right, let's do a learning exercise together with AI. Why doesn't my corn cob pipe catch on fire? All right, AI says the main reason the corncob pipe won't catch on fire are its natural ability to insulate against heat, the low burning temperature of tobacco, and the buildup of a protective carbon layer or cake inside the bowl. Yeah, it's very strange that the AI is German. I wonder why that is. Oh. Alright, let's go talk to Doric. I'm not using the quest guide. We're doing this quest full natural. I think that's just gonna make this speedrunning process a lot more fun. Because I'm doing a lot. I mean, I did watch a speed run, but all I remember was the guy world switching a million times. So this speed run I'm doing is gonna have my own rules. No world switching. Full natty Iron Man Dragon Slayer speed run. I mean, we're 8 hours and 51 minutes into this speed run. It's going slow, but the more I do it, the faster I'll get. So we jive. Jive is a funny word. I like it a lot. That's why I say it. I also like righteous. That's a nice word. Got to keep it righteous and jive. Got to keep sipping on the beer. Got to maintain a nice pagel. And proceed to Doric. Doric's quest. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to post that room pic. I'm imagining after I'm done with this weekend's enjoyment, I'm probably going to have to work a little bit more before Monday strikes. Because when you go into the office, can't do critical thinking. I have to save that for when I'm able to be at home to do all the crazy magic. Because when I'm around others, there's so much going on when you are around other people in the office. You cannot do the critical thinking without the music. Oh, for some reason, this AI music just got really intense. By the way, in case you didn't know, if I ever get in the mood for... Wait a minute. Yo, check it out. I just want to show it off again. Got my Sega Saturn hooked up. Let me click the button. It's pretty cool. Pretty jive. Oof, 1995 retro. Ain't that great? Isn't that just fantastic? Oh, maybe I'll give it a shot, but I gotta stick to the speedrun. I gotta make this stream a predictable pattern that can happen consistently every week. Because I'm getting into a stage of my life again where I'm permitted to establish some sort of routine with the morning meditation. Yeah. Oh, tape. Oh, tape. Oh, yes. Very clean. Be unpredictable? Well, you gotta balance the unpredictableness with the predictableness when you're doing Twitch. Because I want to learn how to be entertaining again for y'all. But simultaneously, I want to be entertaining for myself so that I'm enjoying myself. So that's going to be a skill that takes years to develop again. Because I'm not using caffeine anymore. I have to learn how to bring back the entertaining vibe without caffeine. It might never happen, and that's fine. But I'm very happy that some of y'all are choosing to tune in and share this moment with me. So, as I do whatever I'm doing. What do I use nowadays? At work, I don't do any drugs unless my boss buys me a green tea. If I drink the green tea, I go crazy. At home, I don't use anything as well. But today, on my weekend moment, this is the time span of 4 hours I allow myself debauchery activity. So, and it's not debauchery, I just call it that. But I mean, technically, maybe it is depending on your societal upbringing. But I enjoy stogies. I'm trying to incorporate the corncob pipe. So tobacco is one thing I use. And also, ein bisschen Alkohol. Yeah, I'm thinking about wiping the emotes clean and just sticking to the metal chair, keeping it raw. And the only emotes that we need are the 7TV emotes, right? Because who needs that? Who needs a metal chair? We need a metal chair, but I can make, I don't know, I sort of kind of think I should adjust the emotes over time. Yeah, the metal chair emotes are nice. Those are made by someone named Duck Rubber. Yes. Or maybe vielleicht Chemical Robot made some of the emotes as well. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to be a stallion in my own way. I mean, I feel like most male stallions, like the stereotype of a male stallion is like a fearless broski, not scared of nothing. However, I've got a lot of fear in me, so I'm not fearless. Ooh, that stogie's getting hot. We're down to the wire. Okay. Gotta take a pit stop. Meow. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the context for that one on stream. But let's just call it pickles. And let's also say that, you know how I was alluding to poop humor in the office earlier? Let's say there's a little bit of poop humor with those pickles. So, use the imagination. Ah, yes. Okay. Time to take a pit stop. Let's get out the webcam. As you can see, this is down to the wire. So we're putting it out. We're going to try the corncob pipe again. There's a bunch of ash in there. So I'm going to have to use something to get the ash out. I'm going to use my cigar snipping scissors to get the ash out. I'm not doing a very good job of showing it. Right now I'm getting all the ash out. Alright, and I'm going to load up this corncob pipe. We'll try puffing it. This is for the speed run to make things faster. So, get cooked. Yes. Alright, oh no, I'm dropping the American Spirit 100% organic natural tobacco. Alright, now we are filled to the brim with tobacco. Alright, let's try doing the corncob pipe. I'm gonna give it a shot, y'all. Whoop. There we go. That's pretty nice. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna use your anvil. Don't you have to really pack it down? I don't know what I'm doing. Whoa! I think I inhaled that. I feel a little woozy. What did he say? Yowza! Yes. 6 clay, 4 copper, 2 iron ore. Okay. Let's go get the ores that I require for this quest. Okay. Don't worry, Bubbly. I got water on deck just in case it gets a little spooky. Wow. Oh my gosh, man. I don't know how to do it. It makes me gag. It's a learning process. Right now we are learning how to do this. I don't know how to do it. Oh mein Gott, ja genau. Ich sollte vorsichtig sein. Oh. All right, so I need a pretty sure there's a mining patch over here somewhere, so I can go mine some stuff for Doric. Yeah, I think the spliff is next level. I'm not at that level. I'm not at your level. I'm at my level. Sorry for the obtrusive, nasty sounds. No, it doesn't stay lit because I didn't pack it so well. So we'll go ahead and put the American Spirit tobacco aside and go back to the stogie. We need a fresh stogie for the speed run. It's not going very nice. I do think my hand is shaking a little bit. So despite just puffing, that's enough to go through my gums. So... See, this is the thing. If you're trying to get a nicotine hit without drawing it into your lungs, you have to take an excessive amount into your mouth so that the exposure in your mouth, like, you know, you could just like, oh, just dip the tobacco then, right? Just like put it in between your teeth and your gums. But I'm doing it in a way that's fun. It's a bit exuberant and wasteful, perhaps, but I got to cut the tip off this cigar real quick. Got to get the, check it out. Got my little pink trusty scissors. Circumcise the cigar here. Alright, we've given this cigar a nice circumcision. Give it a little tap or two. Look at that. Alright, for the sake of the speed run, gotta light it up. Yeah, a little hot on the throat, hot on the mouth. Gotta get it a little more than that. There, I think that's lit now. Yeah, you got to go back and forth between the cigars, meow, and the corncob pipe as you're learning. But S4SK taught me. I mean, I think American Spirit is just some nice... I mean, the package that my father gave me was a 100% organic variety of American Spirit. You got to make sure you get the 100% organic because, you know, it's just better that way. Kind of like this pepper that I ate at the beginning of the stream. When I ate that pepper, that's something I grew myself. Wow. I mean, I bought the seed from the store. I bought the potting mix from the store. But I'm making my own compost right now. And it's righteous compost, by the way. No animal product. No animal waste products. Only vegetable matter. Making some righteous compost. Some good vibes compost. No... I mean, I don't think plants... I mean, oh, I can't go over there as a free-to-play? Oh. It's possible that I have parasites, Bubbly, if you're referring to parasites inside my intestinal tract. Possible. But that's nothing a 30-day water fast can't kill off. Oh, sorry, Bubbly. My contextual understanding wasn't good. Oh, in the compost? I'm not sure. I didn't check. There might be some worms up in there. The bottom of the compost bin is fully exposed, so worms can crawl up in there. There's a bunch of bugs in there, like, for example, the pill bugs, which eat all the cadmium out of the soil, and then they use the cadmium to build their hard shell, making it nice and righteous for whatever I may choose to grow inside of there. Yeah. Oh, I can't do no THC. That's the lesson I learned the hard way. But hey, yeah, Coachinator, listen, I am a flawed being trying to be as righteous as possible, and I am exposing my debauchery right now. So, this is the, like, most morally reprehensible that I am being in my day-to-day life, and I broadcast it. So that way it's not like I'm doing it in secret. it's fully exposed, and it makes me more aware of the fact that, you know, if divinity is watching. So, yeah, I gotta keep it righteous. Yeah, you know, so, listen, we all trying our best. Oh, man. I mean, you don't even have to talk about, like, it doesn't even have to be consuming fast food. Just paying taxes, and tax dollars, even if it's a fraction of a cent, are being used to support violence. So it's like the human condition makes it impossible to be 100% righteous. The only way to be 100% righteous is to meditate in a forest, not consume anything except the river stream flowing by you until you evaporate into everything, I guess. Meditate and fast until you merge with all, which I guess would be death. So that's not something the human condition would naturally allow you to do, because I got that survival instinct. So yeah. Yes, the Sega Saturn actually is righteous. I'm so happy my father saved that for me. I went through this stage where, when I was in high school, back when my brain was very neuroadaptive and protecting me from the effects of cannabis or whatever, I smoked weed and had the stereotypical effects. I'm like, I want some more of this, but it was illegal at the time, so I searched for a legal alternative, and at the time, K2 Spice was legal. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try this, and I had one of the most terrifying experiences. And it was, no, not terrifying. It was terrifying because I thought I was going to die, but it was very painful. Felt very explosive fire feelings inside of my body, very painful. And after that, I was like, I got to get rid of all attachments. So I sold everything I had. And that includes my Nintendo 64, my Nintendo GameCube, my PlayStation 2, my Game Boy, my Game Boy Advance, my Game Boy Advance SP, all of my games. Sold them all. But fortunately, my Sega Saturn, my dad was keeping that. So thanks to my dad, I still got the Sega Saturn. And that can be enjoyed now. The only way to righteously enjoy the Nintendo 64 again would be for me to go out and buy it. But fortunately, I've got the Sega Saturn on standby, and I can righteously enjoy those games. Yes. Yes, thanks, Dad. Yeah, I went a little cuckoo after I had that K2. You know, some people say that after you have a psychedelic experience, which I'm not saying that my experience on K2 was psychedelic, far from it, but apparently when you have an extreme experience, it alters the way that weed affects you forever. So that's probably why maybe perhaps I have such strong experiences with weed, or maybe perhaps the microdose of LSD that I took. I don't know. But regardless, THC is not for me. Yeah, my dad brought it home when I was a real little youngin', and I loved that game. These were my two favorite games. I'm holding up Sonic Racing right now for the Sega Saturn. And then, of course, Rayman for the Sega Saturn. That was a banger as well. But another game I kind of liked was Mist Island. It's also for the PC. It's like a very point-and-click kind of game. Very nice. Yes. Yeah, Sonic R is such a jam. Speedrunning that might be kind of cool. But I'm speedrunning this. I'm getting ahead of myself. Alright, how many of these ores do I need? Yeah, Mist was great. All the music, all the sound effects, the ambiance, all that stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Need to get me some clay. Oh yeah, the Sonic R soundtrack is actually amazing. That's one thing I loved about the Sega Saturn, is you could boot the game up in music mode and just listen to the music only. I don't know how... I forget how to do that, but I remember like playing with the Sega Saturn as a kid. I figured out how to do that. Oh, that's right. You boot the game up like so. So I'm booting up the console. Let me just demonstrate. This is a part of the RuneScape speedrun. Okay, so now there's no game in, but because I'm in this mode, I can put Sonic R into the Sega Saturn. Let me extract the disc. Pop the lid. Alright, lid is open. Laufwerk open. Now it's going. So I've got Sonic R in there, and I should be able to, with the controller, says CD format. Here we go. Now I can play the songs in Sonic R without turning the game on. Straight through the Sega Saturn, so... It's pretty jive. Yeah, this is like, I think this is the Can You Feel the Sunshine? And I am doing the RuneScape speedrun right now, but we are righteously enjoying this music right now. Oh, it's so righteous.
Isn't that great? Righteous music together?
Oh. But I can't do it for too long. We have to stay balanced. Can't get ahead of ourselves. That's for another time. That's not for now. For now, we can feel the sunshine without the song playing, as Chemical Robot asked. I mean, yeah, I think this adds to the speedrun. Yeah, it's like the perfect 90s track. She still performs this at a Sonic Expo. That's amazing. Alright, now I need 4 copper ore. Okay, so there's no copper here. Perhaps the Dwarven Mines will be the closest destination. Remember, I'm speedrunning. I gotta be quick. Happy birthday, Asphyxie4. Hope you're having a nice birthday today. This is good balance. Just have another sip. Yeah, that was an interesting choice. Indigo. Nice name. I don't know what it means. Is TJ Davis her name? Let me ash this stogie a little bit here. There we go. Ash that stogie. And now that'd be something if I had a corncob pipe held in the mouth, taking some... If I could simultaneously hit the corncob pipe while hitting the stogie, that would be peak. But gotta work up to that. No copper here. I was reading something about meditation where like the most advanced practitioners can like stay mindful nonstop even while they're sleeping. And like they will, of course this is through AI, so I don't know if it's true, but apparently like they'll get into a meditative pose sitting upright and fall asleep that way, maintaining mindfulness all the way through their sleep cycle. So that when they fall asleep and wake up, they never lose mindfulness. I'm like, that'd be a pretty cool way to be. I think it's called Yoga Nidra. Yoga Nidra. It's where like you consciously fall asleep and enter a restorative phase while maintaining mindfulness, and it's like that'd be pretty nice to be able to do, and be great for work too. I don't think I'm going to get very far with meditating 20 minutes a day, but I've done it for 2 weeks so far. I'm curious to see where it'll lead. Since I can't go the psychedelic path, that's way too much for little old me. I have to go the meditation path. I used to run. I have a treadmill in my garage. I'm trying to find some sort of exercise that doesn't harm my joints, because that constant impact of your, like the ball of your foot or the tips of your toes against the ground does a little bit of damage. Like I was running a 5K every day for a while, but I started damaging my ankles, and it's like, oh, you need different shoes. But it's like, there's got to be some form of exercise that doesn't damage your ligaments and stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's swimming. But yeah, and bicycling would be good too. But I want to be able to do something that's in isolation. So I was thinking about getting a pull-up bar and hanging from it by my legs and doing crunches until I'm gassed. And just keep doing that as my exercise. That way I get some nice abdominal musculature goodness. And I don't think hanging by my legs from a pull-up bar would damage my ligaments. Swimming would be nice, but I'd have to go out into the world for that, and I need to be able to do something in isolation. All right, I got everything Doric needs. Nice. Yeah, hurting the spine wouldn't be good. I also sleep on the floor. Apparently that's good for your spine. So. Yoga sounds nice. I'm doing a very, like when I meditate every day, I assume the lotus position, which I assume at its core that was inspired, that's some kind of yogic position or whatever, but I don't think that gets the blood pumping. I gotta get the blood pumping when I exercise. That's why I think hanging from the ceiling by my legs and doing crunches while upside down would be pretty good for that. But I gotta set it up, just like I set up the exhaust fan in my ceiling. Gotta set up some sort of way to do pull-ups. And I think the only thing that would hurt is because, you know, I'm hanging by my legs. So it's like the pits of my legs might experience some pain. I don't know, I gotta figure that out. Yeah, I don't want to damage my joints. I want to keep them nice and juicy. Jar made. Well, the lotus position is actually painful, right around the 20-minute mark. So, for me at least, the more I do that, I'm hoping that kind of like opens my hips or something like that so I can do more crazy stuff. Power yoga, you say? I'll have to look at that. Yeah, and it's like the way to maintain blood flow to the brain. I mean, all the blood's going to rush to your head when you're hanging upside down, but as you're crunching upwards, it kind of counteracts that, I'm imagining. But this is just an imagination. It's not something I've ever done yet, so... Look at that! I'm pretty sure I'd fall down, Chemical Robot. My legs would just let loose, fly into the air, and then I'd fall down on my back if I got too tired. That's a built-in safety feature, so I'd have to put a cushion underneath of my pull-up bar, make the pull-up bar low enough to where like my head is barely touching the ground so that if I fall, it doesn't hurt. But of course, this is all just imagination. Bringing that into the reality would be another story. Yes, yes. Ausgezeichnet. Well, pull-ups seems nice, but that focuses on the arms. I don't want to build muscle. If I build muscle, it's got to be in a secret place, which would be the abdominal core. So no one could see my abs. Ooh, if I form those. It'll be secret muscles. I feel like that core strength would be beneficial for things like hiking too. Alright, now it's time for the next quest, Goblin Diplomacy. I'm going to go to Lumbridge and fetch some goblin mail. Speed running. How many quest points do I have? I've got 6 and I need 32. I've got 8 and I need 32. I have no abs right now. Yeah, the secret muscle I think is the strat. Anyway, to form, I gotta get that cardio in without damaging my ligaments, as Jarmaid was saying. Damaged joints doesn't sound like a fun time. Maybe that'll be my project for this weekend after the stream stops here at the 4-hour mark, which will be making some sort of way to do upside down pull-ups, or at least researching it so that I can construct it in my spare time, which I seem to not have very much of. But now that winter is coming around, I don't have to take care of my lawn anymore, so that's nice. Ah. I'm getting ash everywhere. Oh. Lots of goblin mail. There might be room for it in my room when I construct whatever it is that I'm going to make, but I don't know. We'll see. I definitely got to do this shot of vodka at the end of the stream again. That was fun last time. Sipping on beer to warm it up. Shot of vodka at the end. Huh. What else? Yes, I do sleep on the ground, and I was reading that some monks will even get like wooden pillows and stuff to like abstain from comforts or whatever. I mean, obviously my life is extremely comfortable, and I'm just easing into that type of mentality. So I'll see where it goes. I think I'm going to construct things out of wood when I do that jar maid. I have a little bit of experience doing that. I've got some 2x4s laying around in the basement that are unused, but I need like a bar or something with padding that would be comfortable for my legs to wrap around when I'm hanging upside down, so that'll be difficult to formulate. I mean, the only woodwork I've done is really shoddy framing for drywall. I've just got a little sandbox downstairs I play in, but I think the basics I've got pretty much worked out. Now, I used to have a futon, but I got rid of it. The reason I got rid of the futon is I had a very stressful project back in 2022 where I was working around the clock from home, and I was like holding a weird posture when I was doing all my work from home, and it caused this huge like crick in my rear back. And it wouldn't go away. It was like a knot in my muscles. And I was sleeping on the futon. It was so painful. And I just rolled off onto the floor. And after sleeping on the floor, the muscle knot healed overnight. And it's like, I just have a conspiracy in my mind that sleeping on the floor is rejuvenative. Well, the comfort of the bed doesn't help the body rejuvenate. That's my conspiratorial thing I've got going on. Oh, there's one goblin male out of 4. Isn't that fantastic? Yes. Yeah, maybe one day I'll get better at working some wood, but all I've got is my little interior environment. I've also got a garage. I'm good at like, I don't know. I'm good at my job, but not so good at working wood. Yeah, give it a shot. I used to sleep on a pad on the floor. Now I sleep on the carpet. So maybe one of my projects will entail replacing my carpet with hardwood floor and then sleeping on the hardwood floor. Your PT recommended it. You actually can restore some of the small muscles that support the upper back. And that's exactly what went haywire on my upper back. See, I think there's some truth to my insanity. So, sleeping on the floor seems like it's working. PT means personal trainer, right? Oh yeah, I gotta look up Kegels, because Coachinator said that. Gotta remember this is a Kegels. See what that is. I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't know what's gonna happen. Physical therapy. Oh yeah, I've seen the Vietnamese wooden beds, actually. Yeah, I've seen those. I'm pretty sure in Vietnam, that was where one of like those intense super monks self-immolated and did not react to dying while burning himself alive. And he did that as a form of protest. I'm like, yeah, that guy had some superpowers to not react to like one of the most intense form of pain that we can conceive. One of the most. Don't want to take, I know there's, yeah, the imagination can make some horrifying stuff. Pretty sure some of the pain experienced on psychedelics could be far worse than burning alive. Ah, yes. Wonderful. You'll have to get yourself super tired before you can sleep on the floor. I've adjusted to it. It feels nice to me. There we go, that stogie's lit now. Only 20 minutes a day. Hey, that's what I'm doing for meditation. I'm thinking at the 1 year mark of meditating for 20 minutes a day. Right now I'm just doing concentration meditation, which doesn't really do anything except help you be more attentive in your everyday life. But if I manage to maintain that for a year, I'm going to upgrade my meditation to 30 minutes a day, potentially 40 minutes, and start doing body scanning, which is like
There's a lot of Vipassana retreats where they have you meditate for like 8 hours a day, and it can get really, really, really intense. And that's what they have you do is body scan meditations. And I'm not ready for that. So, gotta ease my way in. Yeah, I think skipping trying it's a pretty good idea. Whew. I was listening to some experiences, like I have one friend of Mexican origin who did an extreme dose of mushrooms, and what he described, the physical pain he felt. Yeah, that's just awful. No can do for me. I'll just stay high on life. Yeah, Poop Fighter, there's a website, various websites on the internet. I forget where I bought mine, but I bought a like 50 pack, and it's cheap that way. Instead of going to the local store and buying a bunch of stogies, it's cheaper when you buy them in bulk online. So, oh, Bubbly. Yeah, Bubbly is, Bubbly's been down the rabbit hole. So is Chemical Robot, who is also in here. He's been down the rabbit hole as well. So, not any rabbit hole I want to go down. That's one thing that's interesting. Like, because when I went to Amsterdam to hang out with them all, you know, them being Bubbly here, and, you can't stand nicotine. I mean, for some reason, my body likes the nicotine. Albeit I'm not inhaling it into my lungs like a cigarette, but I'm still getting the nicotine. My hands are shaking. Especially with that corncob pipe when I was accidentally inhaling. Yeah, so that's one thing I was wondering, is how do you party with a group of individuals who are all psychedelically tuned? They're all taking LSD. It's like, I can't take LSD, but I want to connect with them all without taking psychedelics. I don't want to smoke weed. I don't want the contact high from weed. So it's like, how do I party with them when I can't connect with them in the same headspace that they're in? And it's like, maybe I can't. Maybe I just have to enjoy my little high on life stuff. Although I did learn one thing. Getting drunk doesn't help. Because I can't remember the time I spent. Like, you know, like Bubs saying she liked hanging out. Like, getting drunk caused me to forget most of that. So that kind of stuff. That kind of ruined my memory of it. Although I was terrified. So, because I accidentally might have inhaled some, purposely inhaled some cannabis, which is too much for me. No, I ain't meditating while high. Oh, man. Before I went to Amsterdam, I had a hemp plant that I grew. And I just puffed on that a little bit and meditated, and that was a little nuts. But gotta ease my way into whatever that headspace is. It's too much for me. Way too much. Exactly, you can reach those states while meditating, but it takes years to be able to do that. And I think that's perfect for me. Years of inching my way into that headspace instead of like jumping into the deep end. And jumping into the deep end is a horrible analogy. It's more like jettisoning yourself into like the multiverse, and all of you've got is like, I don't know. I don't even know because I've never done it. Yeah, fortunately I can meditate. Well, here, Bubbly, this is my form of meditation. 20 minutes a day. I sit there in the lotus position and I focus on my breath. Every time a thought comes, like you say, your brain is too messy, my brain is too messy. So every time a thought comes, it pulls me away from focusing on the breath. The moment I become mindful and realize I'm not focusing on my breath anymore, and I return to focusing on the breath, that is one repetition of the exercise. So doing that for 20 minutes a day will train that muscle, so to speak, of moving away from the distracted brain thoughts that pull you away from focusing on the breath. I'm imagining, at least. And the benefits would be
being able to stay in tune with conversations at work, among other things. So I'm just building some mindfulness right now. And like mindfulness can go really extreme too, but I'm just getting some basic mindfulness. I think I need a little more of this beer here. I was also reading that as you meditate, things will come up. Like, I think I was watching, there's this guy, Healthy Gamer, who talks about like psychiatrist stuff. And he would use this Sanskrit word, samskar, which means like some kind of like trauma thing that's repressed. It'll come up. The samskar or whatever will come up during meditation. And it's like gradually being able to expose yourself to those and process them while meditating, instead of like taking a psychedelic and having it all come up all at once and friggin' destroy you. I don't think I circumcised this cigar enough. Like, I imagine maybe, like as a little baby, the doctors are like, oh, that little baby can't feel any pain. Oh, there's a beer on the ground. I should take a drink of my beer. This is one thing I imagine. I don't know if it's true, but I imagine that as a little male baby, when the doctor cuts the tip of your dick off, that causes some sort of samskar, which you can't process in the moment. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. You can't process that in the moment because you're just a little baby, but it stays with you. And it's like, if you ever bring it up to process it as an adult, you'll have no memory associated with it because you're a baby when it happened. But like all these like other feelings will come up, and it's like you consciously process them that way. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's how I think of samskar, however you say it. Born immediately traumatized. Apparently when I came out, I wasn't crying when I was born. I have vaped. I don't like vaping because apparently vaping causes something called collapsed lung, where your lung will collapse and then you have to breathe like and you have to go to the emergency room and they shove a tube, they like inject a needle into your lung cavity to vent all of the air that got into your lungs so your lungs can repressurize and you can breathe again. And that is commonly caused by vaping, so that's why I avoid vaping. Apparently that's not caused by just regular, dangerous smoking, but I think cigar is good because I'm just puffing it and not taking it into my lungs, but I do got the second hand going into my lungs, I guess. So where's my lighter at? Yeah, oh my goodness, indeed. Apparently there's something else called popcorn lung caused by vaping, because you're inhaling all those gasoline byproducts, propylene glycol or whatever. Yeah, it's like you gotta pick your poison, I guess. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I did not circumcise this cigar enough. Gotta recircumcise it here. Where's my circumcision scissors? There they are. There we go. Circumcise that. What a great speed run. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so focusing on the breath. That's a meditation everyone can do. Alright, my HP is getting low. I don't know if this is good for the speedrun strat. I need quest points. Apparently Mistal and Mystery gives 5 quest points, so I should probably incorporate that into my speedrun. And I'm going to do that right now because Goblin Diplomacy seems not very speedy. I want to get to the point, Meow, where it's like I'm not controlling my breath, but rather observing it. And when I was meditating for like 2 to 3 hours a day for that short like 2-week stint I did like earlier in the year, I got to the point where I could observe my breath instead of like consciously controlling it, which that was pretty cool. But during the 20-minute meditations, I can't really get into that state. But again, I'm doing the whole slow approach, slowly forming the habit over time. Yeah, it was nice being able to observe the breath. Like, for example, if someone says, like, you are now manually breathing,
right? And now I'm manually breathing. Like, being able to step away from that and go into automatic breathing while observing it is pretty cool. Yeah, I've heard about breath work as well. There's somebody called Wim Hof on YouTube who comes out of the Netherlands, and his whole thing is get high on your own supply. And he does breath work as well as submerging himself into like ice baths and stuff like that to force him to like breathe so intensely like that. Oh, I gotta start the quest somewhere else, it would seem. It might be interesting, but I tried that a little bit. I've tried the breath work. I think the slow and steady approach is what's good for me. The slow and steady 20 minutes a day. Have another beer sip here. It was a massive head rush back when I was doing it. But yeah, it's funny, you can do all these things, but it's like the most direct kicking your butt experience is just, oh yes, and, you know, smoke your weed, work your way up to shrooms, work your way up to LSD. The problem is when you have the bad traumatizing experiences, that doesn't work for me. Not with my neurochemistry. This is such a nice little time. How are you 100% sober? Like during the week when I'm 100% sober, like obviously not right now. I'm having a beer and booting up some stogies, but I don't know, it just took time. I think it helped the fact that I drank caffeine since I was a child. So like stopping it, that was my drug of choice. So like abstaining from that and learning how to like function without it was very rough for about a year or so. And don't get me wrong, like on occasion, like once every 6 months, I'd have a little spurt with caffeine, but going back and forth like that helped me get used to being 100% sober while working, which I used to think was impossible, but I find I actually work better now than I did when I was on caffeine. When I was on caffeine, it was like this nervous, antagonized energy that caused me to work in such a way where it's like, get it done as fast as possible. But now I can be a little more methodical in my work in such a way where the work that I'm producing is not like vomiting the workout, but the work I produce is eloquent in a way that the work that I produce is future-proof. So that, like, you know, that thing I put in my ceiling, for example, that's not future-proof. But like the work I do at work is future-proof because I'm slower now and more methodical about the things I do. Yeah, caffeine's an extreme drug, and everyone, in my opinion, I'm projecting, of course, but you get so used to the feeling that you don't realize you're high, and it's so societally acceptable that you can't call it a high because that's everyone's baseline. So no one realizes they're high on caffeine. What someone would attribute to a caffeine high, they'd say like, oh yeah, I took 3 shots of espresso and I was getting dizzy and couldn't walk straight. That's not high on caffeine. That's overdosing on caffeine. So it's like, yeah. Caffeine makes you high. And getting an awareness of that is something. It's pretty cool to unlock that awareness. Alright, search the barrel of rainwater for the manor key. Search barrel. Oh look, I got a key. Okay, but, oh yes, here we go. Gotta fine-tune my logic here. I love this. I love talking about things like this because I always express it incorrectly, and then by hearing what I said wrong, I can revise it for the future so that I don't say something dumb. Or inaccurate, rather. Ah, yes. Opens the large door. It's funny, like I watched my dad drink a cup of coffee, and I just saw him light up. Like his personality just went next level. His energy. And when I see my sister, I know she's taken her doctor prescribed stimulants
which have that similar effect, and I can observe that in my sister as well. And like seeing it in others helps me connect it back to myself and my hyper extreme responses to caffeine. But you're okay, but is I see your opinion, here is mine, never you're wrong. Oh. Guess I gotta quit worrying about being right. Instead, just realize that I'm expressing an opinion. Yes, yes, opinions, yes. Projections, opinions. I kind of like the direction this stream has turned. But it is going to be a learning process. Making it jive again. That's one thing that kind of makes me sad about this stream is I had a formula, I had a recipe, but I got to reinvent it. Of course, Meow. Of course. I can hear the chair reverberate slightly. It's like a meditation bell. Resume mindfulness. Yes. Beverly says she feels like a body that is an ADHD, autism. You feel it makes it so much harder to exist. The interesting thing about autism is if you look hard enough, I think you can see it in everybody at varying levels. At least the clinical definition of autism. It looks like a spectrum to me. It doesn't look so black and white. Like there's varying, I mean, obviously I'm on that spectrum. I'm not gonna flat out deny that. Probably higher than a lot of others, right? Admitting that's kind of rough, but it's true. But at the same time, I can see it in others. Is it white people gong? That's a nice way to call it. My vacuum cleaner battery died. I gotta use my plug-in vacuum cleaner again. Hello, A Cardiac. Thank you for popping in. I hope that you have a wonderful weekend as well. This is my enjoyment for the weekend. I'll probably go back to work after this. I probably won't because I'll do housework after this. The sensitivity just built differently. What is that? Is that karma? The form that we assume? It's like, if you think of this life, is like you're plugging in a USB flash drive into a computer, and your life is that flash drive. Just like if you plug, like if the flash drive contained Halo for the Xbox, and you played through the game of Halo, and then you unplugged the flash drive afterward, Halo is on that flash drive. And it's like, is that what my life is? My life is that flash drive plugged into the awareness experiencing mechanism. And it's like, what dictates the variables that go into that flash drive to constitute myself? Like, I don't know. Just built different. What controls those variables? Is it karma? Is karma real? Probably says she thinks via the operating system God is using for the computer of life. Linux versus Windows. Speaking of Linux, I guess I really have been taking a liking to Linux lately. I've got a USB flash drive that I plug into my work computer. It flashes the operating system onto RAM. Then I can unplug the flash drive, and I'm using that Linux operating system. So, if you haven't seen this Linux distro, it's amazing. I think it's more legit than Arch Linux. I love this. Antix Linux. This version of Linux is amazing. You can run it on old hardware. and the old hardware will run like a top. So if you plug it into modern hardware, you're just barely using any of your resources, as opposed to like Windows 11, which consumes so much resources. Yes, Bubbly. You see, people like me in IT, we help the security people to develop their security protocol. That is the purpose of people like me. I help them with my custom way of working. Because just think about it. If I wasn't there booting my flash drive, they wouldn't have a reason to investigate the security loopholes behind that. And I've investigated some of them. It's like, you would here's an example. Yeah, the security crew, they's working their butt off. I was talking to one of the guys. He was like, they have to use AI now because like the string of, because you know there's botnets out on the net just attacking every vector everywhere. What are they called again? Like, you know, you got a vulnerability scanner that works on the Microsoft domain to scan on Windows computers, etc. What are they called? There's like something, like when there's a vulnerability, it gets released as a something. I forget what that technical term is. But anyway, let me tell a different story. When COVID happened, CVE, yes, that rings a bell, toxic fuzz. So, when COVID happened, we all had to work from home. At home, I have the DMZ forwarded on the Ethernet cable. So I plugged my work laptop in, all ports forwarded to it, and I was VPN'd into work. There was a botnet that found all my open ports out on the web and started brute forcing my work login credentials. And it found a bunch of like, the password was training, the username was training, right? It found all those. And the security guy's like, oh no, your computer's compromised. But because of me, they found all of those insecure accounts. If it wouldn't have been for me in my custom testing of the waters, they wouldn't have realized that they had 30 accounts that had the same username as the password. But of course, you know, shame on me for doing that. I learned not to do that anymore. But still, there's value in that. Because, so, I don't want to say because of me, but I initiated the process that led to them to discover the fact that they had 30 insecure passwords on their domain. The botnet that was running through my computer was exploiting the Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol in order to brute force logins. So, my German is not really coming along very much anymore. I've stopped reading in German because I'm so overwhelmed with work. So I've not been doing very much German practice anymore. Oh, you're welcome, Chemical Robot. I try my best. I'm trying to be good with the security policy. Like, security policy at my work says you should not tamper the software on your computer. So I'm not doing that. I'm not tampering with the imaged software on the hard drive. Instead, I go around that and operate inside RAM, which is volatile anyway. It gets disposed after every computer shutdown. Therefore, what I am doing with my bootable hard drive is not violating the security policy at work. So that is forbidden. So Utlos, when I practice German, now all that I practice is trying to do the German accent. So that's my German practice. Modern German practice is just the accent. Can't do the words anymore because it kind of like, unless I made my stream all German, but I don't think that's going to happen. English is the roots of my stream. I'm trying to make this stream like a little seed that I'm replanting, but keeping towards a more predictable pattern. I tried learning a little bit of Mandarin, and that's nuts. I'm just Mandarin, Korean, Japanese. I stopped Korean as well. I could get to the point where I could regurgitate phrases in Korean, but I could never get that ear trained. That's the most magical part of learning a language, by the way. Not going on Duolingo and memorizing a bunch of phrases. The magic is when you watch 250 hours of cartoons, and then all of a sudden you can magically understand what you're hearing. You turn on the German subtitles and you start reading the German, and you can't understand it anymore. You turn off the subtitles and all you can hear is German, and then you can understand it again. Learning a language, there's a subconscious element to it. Yes. Duolingo is a starting point, though. You have to do stuff in your prefrontal cortex in order to establish some nodes in your subconscious. Because when you start watching the cartoons, you'll hear a word like Hilfe, and it's like bang, that pops out to you like a red flag. Or you'll hear like Bruder, and that pops out to you like a red flag. And the more of those pop-outs that happen to you become subconscious over time. It's just subjecting yourself to the mind-numbing viewing of 250 hours of content. I did that in Korean. I've watched 250 hours of Korean. But in the U.S. military, they train... like, I don't know, diplomats or whatever to speak foreign languages in the U.S. military. And they say that Korean takes 4 times as long to learn than German. So I'd probably have to listen to 1,000 hours of Korean in order to get the same effect that I had by listening to 250 hours of German. But I've repeated the same pattern in Korean. I just need to do way more listening in order to get that subconscious mechanism trained in my brain. Sorry, I need to read a little bit more. You don't know any Chinese cartoons? I don't know any Chinese cartoons either. I think I could learn Spanish. I've done so much prefrontal cortex training in school. I think I could learn Spanish if I wanted to. Oh yeah, I did a little anime vibe with Japanese without ever... See, but that's the problem. When you're a child, I think your mind is open in a different way. As an adult, you have to kind of like throw in those translations, like maybe like a good memorize 1,000 words and know how to translate them back and forth between Japanese and English. And all those 1,000 nodules are in your brain somewhere. That way, when you flow the stream of Japanese content over your mind, it'll catch on those nodes you've built in your brain and slowly build like a beaver dam in your mind, which is the language. And if you don't do it every day, that beaver dam will erode. But if you do it enough, that beaver dam will turn into like, what's that dam called in Las Vegas that's like built out of concrete? Eventually it'll turn into something that's indestructible and will stay with your brain forever, just like Deutsch in my brain. But you gotta build that hairball first. Yeah, I watched Korean SpongeBob. That's the other thing that's problematic for me now. I'm too scared to engage in piracy anymore. So it's really hard to find content in the language. But Netflix helps me with that, with Korean. So when I subscribe to Netflix, there's plenty of Korean content that I can run over my brain. But that's not my interest anymore. Like... Alright, that's the second cigar roach. So, yeah, the Hoover Dam. That's right, Bubbly. The Hoover Dam. Alright, a little more beer. So now I can search the piano. Look at that, I got a key. I think it's this. It's become that time in the speed run where I need a fresh stogie. So I gotta recharge the speed running tactical advantage. I'm using tobacco to make myself more efficient in this speed run. It's a great strategy. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm getting to the point now where I've got to learn how to do. I'm beating a dead horse, just repeating the same thing. I'm circumcising this cigar big time. I want some big puffs on this cigar. I darn toot and cut the whole end off that. That's probably too big. But whatever, here we go. Smoking is bad for you. That is why I am smoking cigars in which you don't inhale into your lungs. But when you smoke it in mass, all that smoke hitting your gums, you'll absorb the nicotine that way. Although you have to waste a lot of tobacco in order to get the effect. All right. Stogie is lit. Need some more beer. Yes, that's right, El Lol Nude. That's why you have to go to the dentist every 6 months and they screen for oral cancer. I actually went to the dentist 2 days ago and I told them that I smoke cigars on the weekend. And the dentist lady, she's like, well, not the dentist, but the dentist's subordinate. What's the term for that? The person cleaning my teeth. She's like, so you do that once a week? Like, is that socially? I'm like, kinda. Hygienist. Thank you, Bubbly. Listen now. Oral screenings. No other oral. You know, I've tried that stuff before. I could not get into that. I don't know. Cunnilingus was okay, but not putting a whole darn D in your mouth. That's gross. I don't even like any of that stuff. I just did it for the sake of the other person. Cunnilingus wasn't really hard work. But I realize that saying that's a kind of grotesque, but I don't really like none of that no more. Oh, the D. Yeah, the D one's gross. Yeah. Cunnilingus is so delicate. Why am I saying that? I gotta stop it. That's not very righteous of me. Okay. Alright.
Oh yeah, anyways, I'll just play this game right now.
Yes, it's nice not having the sex distractions anymore. That sucked. Although I do get assaulted with it. Like that feeling very rarely. Now that I'm a eunuch without balls, I don't have to deal with that overwhelming feeling. But I noticed, would this be TMI? It would be, but I don't care. Lately, yeah, that's the thing. When that feeling comes up, it's so distracting. It's like, how do you concentrate on anything except that feeling? And I was watching this stuff called like semen retention or whatever, even though I don't produce semen. It's like, if you let that feeling sit inside of you, you can learn how to channel that energy into what you're doing, but it's just so distracting. You gotta get rid of it. And my ways of getting rid of it involve a complete non-sexual extraction. That's the best way I can describe it. Super Gunner 2? Nope. I don't need imagination. I don't need pictures. I don't need thoughts thinking about any particular thing. It's just extracting it and moving on. However, it probably would be more righteous to never extract it. But then the problem is your dreams will come for you and force you to extract it inside of the dream so that when you wake up, it goes out that way. So it's like you got to be mindful in your dreams too. So it's just a cascade of problems. I ain't never gonna be DDS specking nobody in this game. I'm just a professional speedrunner. Oh, I get those dreams. When I get those dreams, it involves, what's it called? I guess my fetish or whatever that used to be there. When I'm awake, the fetish isn't there. But when I'm asleep and I'm not mindful, it's like somehow my brain can like reactivate it, and in the dream it's viable again. But in conscious waking life, it's not viable. It's very strange. Yeah, maybe I was hypersexual in my younger life. But it's weird because my sexuality was something that couldn't really connect with others. Like I tried with my ex-girlfriend and it just didn't really work. But I don't know, it's just weird. Talking about that would be kind of interesting, because there's two things. There's the sexual instinct and there's the survival instinct. And I've got a lot of shame surrounding my sexual instinct. But it's like, how do you completely eliminate the both of those? Get rid of the survival, get rid of the sexual instinct. That would be super cool. Yeah, I heard about my ex. My ex said that he used to work on porn sets and stuff. Like, just kind of inadvertently. And he said there was this one model that would get aroused by smelling someone's ass. So she would stick her nose in someone's ass in order to get aroused, and then cue the scene. It's like, what forms that in somebody? Yeah, I've got issues staying present too. I wear the mask to hide myself. Sore choice. Oh no, this is the hardest part of the quest. I can't connect having a safe place. My home is my safe place. When my dad came up to visit, the fact that I have this duct fan that's very loud in my room, it tunes out the external environment when I close my door, so my room is still a safe place. When I go to sleep at night, if someone visits here in the guest room, that's kind of nice. Yeah. I don't know. Unmasking is kind of spooky when you're afraid of an existential divine entity monitoring your every single action. It's a bit hard to do. Oh no. This is gonna be tough. You know Sheldon from Big Bang Theory? I feel like I kind of relate to him in a lot of ways. Wait, oh my gosh, this quest is gonna be so hard. Confession OCD. Okay, I really gotta like, Bazinga, yeah. Bazinga. I watched a lot of Big Bang Theory when I was in Korea recently. Oh, come on. This is going to be way too hard to do. Alright, push that mirror that way. There you go. Felt like a movie about nerds for regular people. And I liked it a lot. Yeah, so it's like, that's another thing I learned is like with a lot of, wow, I'm just spewing nonsense while whatever. A lot of what I hear someone call autistic is what a lot of people would ascribe to being a nerd. So it's like being a nerd matches autism definitions. There's so much overlap. Am I not going to be able to do this quest? Oh yeah, my thoughts and opinions. That's right, my thoughts and opinions. What if waking life is therapy? What if therapy within waking life is a more extreme version of what waking life already is? Are you autistic, Zardas? Maybe me too. Wow. Happy birthday, Zardas. It's nice to see your name. I don't know what HBD means, but happy birthday! Pretty sure Zardas has taken LSD. Hmm. I tell you what. Yeah, I feel like the whole learning thing overlaps with, what's it called? The therapy of this existence. Whatever we are getting therapized from. What is it? Separation? Isolation? You talked about LSD while you were on it? Was I wait, me and you? Was I drunk? I have some memories. I remember talking to Cursed Fox while he was high on LSD. I remember talking to you and Xerix, I think, and Cursed Fox and Duck simultaneously. I don't remember a one-on-one conversation with you while you were on LSD, though. Oh, that's great. I finished this hard part of the quest. This is why we're cooking on the grass. Yeah, excuse me for drinking so much. Anything else to spark my memory? Cooking outside together on the grass. Is this in the festival? Was this the festival LSD or the Amsterdam LSD? The AstroTurf grass or the festival grass? I got so drunk. Is that the apartment? I'm sorry, I should not get drunk like that, and because when I get too drunk, I can't remember nothing. Really? I don't remember that. I trust you, though. Huh. That's an interesting revelation. Yeah, maybe when I got drunk enough, I was open enough to admit those things. Now I gotta be able to do it while I'm sober. Like right now. This cigar, my tongue feels so spicy right now. My gums, they're tingling. For you, it's literally like you say, I spent my life uncomfortable, and with the LSD, you're forced to be present, and it's really nice. Yeah, but for me, being present with a lot of negative stuff I've got in my subconscious would not be nice. Like a lot of stuff that was instilled into me in my youth would become real. Dissociated. What's that called? Not derealization, but depersonalization. Heard a lot of talking about the whole depersonalization thing. But the depersonalization is very scary. I mean, last time I was depersonalized, it was alright. I remember sitting there with you and Rincewind in 2023. Or Chemical Robot, my apologies. We were sitting there in 2023 inside of the tent. I was depersonalized. And I remember talking to you and Rince. I was like my body was saying like, I'm talking right now and I'm not even controlling it. It's just coming out. Blah, 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 blah. And then Rince like took the joint out of my hand. Or Chemical Robot. My apologies. All right, what does it say? I gotta use the killer's knife. Pass the duchy. You like to use his government name? I like to say chemical robot because that is his name right here, right now. Huh. I watched some show recently on Apple TV. Can't remember what it's called. Apple TV Office show. Severance. It's where like a guy goes into work and he can't remember. Like he wakes up every day coming out of the elevator going to work. But when he leaves work, like the real him activates when he goes home. And I could see so many allegories to that in my life. It's like, what if that's real life? Like, what if when I wake up in the morning, it's just like that TV show Severance? And when I go to sleep at night, it's just like exiting the elevator in that TV show Severance. As long as it's not French, I'll say chemical robot. Yeah, so it's like I could see allegories between that and my life right now. I've got a choice. I could get another beer, or I could get a shot of vodka. I feel like my entertainment value is not very high right now. I don't know how to be more entertaining. It was so easy to do on caffeine, but it's not easy to do without caffeine. But it's a learning process. Like this reminds me of back in 2015 when I first started streaming. But then I had caffeine. Like I was figuring out how to make caffeine an entertaining vibe. And it worked after like 2 years of experimentation. So it's like, am I going back to ground zero? Or I'm trying to learn how to be entertaining all over again? And it's like starting everything from scratch. I gotta learn how to be entertaining again from scratch. And that's a doozy. And the only thing I can think to do on stream to couple with that is RuneScape speedruns. Yeah, but Severance had some existential thoughts with it. And dissociation is scary. Because it's coupled with a word depersonalization. So, I graduated university in 2014. I didn't get my master's until during the pandemic, though. Alright, I think I need another beer. I think this is good, like just sipping on the beer instead of like forcibly drinking the shot of vodka to try to force some kind of... I think that's what was happening at the party in Amsterdam. I was trying to force myself to be entertaining by drinking a buttload of beer, but... I mean, among other things. But by doing that, it messed with my memory and I couldn't like take it in as well, so... Time to grab another beer, y'all. Thanks for chatting with me on this 4-hour weekend escapade. It's very nice. I say that too much. But that's alright. I get another can of beer. That's good. Not overdoing it. Keeping it mild. Maybe I could... I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm trying to like control everything to make it happen, to make it entertaining. You say you're sorry, you like when you have fun. I really want to go on another canal ride for the tar. Yeah, the Amsterdam canal ride was something. It's expensive though, my goodness, going to Amsterdam. And I'm so scared of weed. I just walked into a coffee shop and the contact high I got was extreme enough to send me into terror mode. Like, I just don't know if that works for me. I literally just walked into a coffee shop and got a contact high and it sent me into terror mode. And every 2-year thing. I just don't like weed. I don't like weed. It scares me. And being around it really scares me. Not a fun time for me when those terror thoughts come up. But I remember the like hotel manager in Amsterdam was like, forgive yourself, forgive others. And that really stuck with me. When he said that, I imagined a single cell organism splitting into two. And then that was the act that needed forgiving. It was weird when he said that. Before the sunscreen. I mean, you gotta mix in a little bit of the crazy to make it kosher. Because if you just go spouting off too much, I don't know. Why is that? Yeah, this cigar is very nice. Kosher is crazy? I don't know what's crazy anymore. I think everything is crazy. Huh. Yeah, I remember Bubbly afterwards saying like, yeah, there's a difference between now and back then, which is our ozone layer is depleted, so those harmful rays come through that didn't in the past. I remember that. That was profound. I was like, whoa, I didn't know that. Ah, yes. This is the best speed run. I'm so fast in this game. Have another sip. Oh yeah, I remember y'all having the checkers game. I was really in the moment for that. Like I could feel like my eyeballs pulsing. With like, I could feel the blood moving through my eyeballs. That's how in the moment I was. I had to throw my legs into the air so I wouldn't pass out. I don't know if you remember me sitting sideways in that chair where I put my legs kind of like over the armrest to try to keep blood in my brain. Oh yeah, I love chess, but I don't like speed chess. Like there was one time, for anyone listening, there's someone named Duck Rubber. And Duck Rubber's not here right now, but one time me and Duck Rubber in virtual reality played chess on a virtual like 3D chessboard, and it didn't have all those timer rules, and we just sat there really slowly and methodically taking our moves. And then when I won in the end, Duck Rubber took the chessboard and shook it and knocked all the pieces into the ether. That was a fun game. Oh yeah. I think it was a little bit more than a stress spiral. Yeah. When I smoke weed, all I can think about is angels and demons. And I don't like thinking about that. It's not very fun. Yeah, I forget when I learned chess. I think I learned it from my father, maybe? It was nice. It was nice playing board games as a kid. Yeah, that's another thing I noticed. Like when I drink copious amounts of alcohol, all I can talk about is like religious themes. Like there was one time I was hanging out with my sister and she bought an old like a Nintendo Entertainment System from eBay. And there's a game on that, like Super Mario Brothers paired with a game called Duck Hunt. So you got like a virtual gun and you could do Duck Hunt on the TV with that. So we played that together. And like I drank some alcohol and all I could talk about was religious stuff. And she did not like that at all. My sister's not a fan of the religion, it would seem. Hey, I'm kind of happy that my dad has been down the rabbit hole. It's nice being able to talk to him about that kind of stuff. S4SK. Without having to do it myself. Ah, yes. Well. Alright, this is my plan. See, what are we at? 2 hours and 20 minutes? I think at the 3 hour mark, maybe I'll take a shot of vodka. Shake it up a bit. Water, yeah, I've got water nearby. I got it right here. I still don't need it yet, so I'm good. This is how it's gonna be. If I keep doing this every week, I'm gonna run out of things to talk about. Gotta do something on the stream. That's just the way it works. Gotta do something. Gotta shake it up. It's probably like an adulting process too. Like I imagine a lot of like all of the successful like Twitch streams or YouTube stuff. It's like that youthful whatchamacallit. But as you become an adult, you kind of move past some of that. And it's like, I want to bring it back, but it's like, it's kind of hard to. It's like you've moved past it, so you got to think of something new. I remember as a child, I loved RuneScape. Like, it just consumed me. And then when it came back out again, old school RuneScape re-release, it was nice again, but then it lost its thing. But like combining streaming with it was a way to reactivate it. But now I've experienced that. So it's like, how do you evolve it into a way that's viable moving forward? The only thing I could think of is speed running. But that might not be it. But that's what this stream is an experiment to find out what to do to keep it going. Hard telling. I've switched to playing World of Warcraft. I've tried IRL, cooking streams. I just don't want to give it up. There's something about streaming that I just love too much. I think mainly it's, you know, chatting. That's the thing I love the most. And Twitch does have a mode called Just Chatting. However, I want it to be entertaining. so that when I watch it back, I'm entertained. And it's just so difficult. And the things I can talk about are so limited too. It's like you've got the work life, but everyone's got the work life. Well, the reason I watch it back is there's a multitude of reasons, but I think the primary reason is investigating the entertainment viability of whatever it was that I was doing on stream. I want it to be something that where if you tune in, S4SK, it's, you know, an enjoyable experience. I like being able to provide that kind of vibe. But at the same time, I want it to be entertaining to me too. So it's so challenging, especially with all these new rules I've acquired, since I'm terrified of so many things outside of regular, everyday, ordinary consciousness. All right. Here we go. Gonna make the potion for Romeo and Juliet. How entertaining is that? Not very. I'm judging myself in this moment. Yeah, but like, sometimes the things you fear are too overwhelming. So it's like, how in the world do you do that? Like, for example, am I being mean to myself, Bubbly? Is that what you mean by that? Let me tell you, like, I think I said before, like, when I smoked weed, my vision got overwritten by a realm of hellfire. Like, it was real to me in that moment. I didn't feel it, but I saw it. Like, my mental vision, not my eyes, my physical eyes, but my mental vision was so powerful in that moment, and I could see it. It's like nothing they say in the religious books. There was no demons torturing anybody. There was no nothing. It was just fire, all-encompassing fire. And that was terrifying to me. I mean, it did shift after a little bit, and I saw a being suffering inside of there, but it was like there was no companion of another demon to torture you. It was just isolated torture with nothing but torture. And it's like, I think that's my greatest fear, and I saw it. And I don't know if anyone can face that. Like, that's unrealistic. I mean, except like a divine entity way more powerful than me, which I currently attribute to like the idea of, you know, dare I say, Jesus, right? Suffering on the cross. The Apostles' Creed says Jesus descended into hell for 3 days before he resurrected. And I think a dimension like that is, time doesn't work the same. And that was really scary for me, connecting all those dots while I was high. I was like, yeah. And it's like, you know, how can you not believe that if you have an experience of that? I don't know, but I like the idea of Jesus. I like the idea of Buddha. and even like the idea of Zoroaster. I like the idea that there's somebody else more powerful than me that's got my back. I love that idea because I literally cannot handle that. And I don't know how any human could handle that. So it's like, face your deepest fear. I think I found my deepest fear. I don't think any human can handle that. It's too much. I don't. Oh, the Doom guy? Oh, yeah. But like, the thing that I envisioned wasn't anything like Doom. There was no butt to be kicked. It was just your consciousness suspended in... There's some show on Netflix called The Midnight Gospel. And there was a moment where one of the characters was suspended in this yellow goo that was constantly electroshocking him and burning him alive. And he was just chill, like, yeah, as his body was convulsing from the pain, he was just sitting there all chill. That was in Midnight Gospel, and it's like, not me. I mean, the moment we get to the afterlife, we might not be human, we're just pure awareness, but what is our awareness tethered to? Is it tethered to an indestructible metallic body that has pain receptors? It's wild. Thinking about that kind of stuff. You wouldn't mind it? I would mind it. Oh my gosh. I couldn't handle it. And it is true that nobody knows, and it's nice not knowing. Alright, I'm gonna find a Romeo. Yeah, the reincarnation thought process is interesting. But it's scary because there's 6 realms in the Wheel of Samsara. You got the 2 kind of heavenly realms. You got the realm of the Asuras, which are what I think like Christianity would attribute to demons. They're above the humans. And then you've got the realm of the Devas, who are above the demons. They would be considered the angels. And those 2 realms are above the human realm. So even if you go to heaven, you are still in the Wheel of Samsara. So it's like... And I did have visions of, I had one vision of heaven on weed, and it was like, okay. Yo, what's up, CD player? And it's like, I don't want there to be a hell. I don't want there to be a place where there's beings that are suffering. I want that to be gone. That's my desire, but it's like, I don't have the power to do that. I'm subjected to this experience just like everyone else. Yeah, but like, if I were to put my finger on this cigar right now and burn myself, that wouldn't feel good. It's like, how can you be neutral to that sensation? Yeah, but even if the perception of hell is based off of propaganda, I still experienced it. Thank heavens, I did not experience the physical sensations of it, right? I just saw what I perceived to be a realm of hellfire. But then again, that can be conflated. That's the gift of not knowing. Because in Islam, there's a realm of fire, and there's beings that live in that realm of fire called jinn. So maybe the thing I saw in that realm of fire wasn't what I ascribed to be Jesus. Maybe it was a jinn. Like, but... I think in Islam it's haram to interact with jinn. So I just broke some kind of a rule. It's like, you know, you got Muhammad, you got Jesus, you got Buddha, who subjected themselves to these extreme ascetic experiences, and they're trying to relate it to the rest of the world to warn them. And it's like, can you trust them? It's like, I think so. You fell into a burning realm of fire? Yeah, I didn't fall into it, but I saw it. Like, I closed my eyes to go to sleep that night feeling very comfortable. And there's a moment where you go between sleep and wakiness, and that's when the vision started. And I snapped out of my physical body. I was like, oh no, like I don't want to go there. But the problem was I couldn't shut off the mental vision stream. So I ran into this room right here. I turned all the lights on, and I was on the floor in the fetal position, feeling pain, like of my heartbeat beating really fast. It was a panic attack I was physically having, but mentally I was seeing what could be described none other than as hell. A burning realm of fire. Literally nothing but fire. And it's like, if there's all these religious teachers out there from the days of old that teach and warn about that, and then I have an experience congruent with that, I gotta operate based on my experience. I only know what I know. I only know what's been given to me. What isn't haram in Islam? I mean, that's the thing. I think if you have a terrifying experience like that, you're trying to figure out, like, you come back into the human mind. It's like, how do I prevent that? How do I prevent that? And you're trying to, like, methodically go through everything that you think would prevent that from happening. But there's that song by, what's his name? Tame Impala. And he's like, let it happen. It's like, good luck letting that happen. I mean, you know, you take enough psychedelics, you have no choice. It's terrifying, like, such sympathy. All I can do is extend sympathy. I can't even extend empathy because I've not felt it myself. I can just extend sympathy to those that have experienced it full-fledged. Like, there's someone in the chat named Furious. I know he's experienced it full-fledged. He described every pain, you know, being conscious of every pain receptor in his body all lighting up. And he wouldn't describe the mental effects to me. He just described the physical effects. Because I think the mental effects are probably way worse than the physical. Yeah, S4SK, that's why the idea... I mean... I don't think I've ever met Jesus, but I'm clinging towards that idea. There was a moment when I was little where I lost my safety blanket. And I was able to carry that forward with me in time. Something my dad did to me, and it saved me in that moment where I was confronted with losing Jesus. You know, that's, you know, you can call it a mental construct, whatever. But losing my safety object as a child made me realize that, like, Jesus is my safety as an adult. And it's like, my dad gave that to me. My dad's a very psychedelic man. So, yeah, Paladizia. The problem is, drinking alcohol just reveals my raw thought process. And I have to, like, constantly revise it over and over again. Because what I say is inaccurate. But what I experienced, it's hard to put it into words. And I think I've conveyed that accurately. But going based off of others' experiences, like... There's many different hells that those that have taken psychedelics have described that I've listened to over the years. One being a feeling of utter isolation where you are truly the only consciousness that there is, to the point where, like, you think, oh, there's another person, and then all of a sudden you shift into that other person's body and you become that person and you have no memory of being your past self, kind of thing. Like, so, like, being utterly alone in the universe, being the only thing, that's one hell. I've heard others describe where it's like you're jettisoned into space and you're just in a capsule. You have no body to move. You have nothing to entertain you. You're just suspended in infinite blackness with nothing but yourself for what feels like an eternity. I've heard others describe where they became conscious of being every single being in the multiverse, feeling all of their pain at once. Like... Is this the price of, what's it called, like, separation from the Brahman or whatever? The source, the Father God? I don't know. Well, I gotta stop. Yeah, Hefeweizen is pretty nice. But that's the thing that I don't like when I drink alcohol. I say all these ideas and they're inaccurate. You know, peak indeed. Prost. He asked me to help confirm, like, is there an easier quest I can do? There's gotta be. Like, something just simple. I'm reading what you say, Bubs. Yeah, Prost, Merky Merk. What if the type of hell a sinner will experience is determined? And that's the other interesting thing, S4SK. If you go into the thought process of there's no free will, which right now, most of us have that illusion of free will, like I do in this very moment, because I'm not depersonalized. Slide another stogie. You gotta use your perception of free will to get you to where you need to go. And I think for me, the first step in that is my daily meditation, because cannabis is too much for me. I can't do that because it just sends you straight to realms I can't handle. Like a peyote shamanic ritual like my father has done, like the Native Americans, for example, peyote cactus. It wasn't marijuana, it was peyote cactus. I think marijuana was a Mesoamerican thing. Like, I think in Mesoamerica, their way of connecting was psychedelic mushrooms, peyote cactus, and what was the other one? It was LSA, not LSD. LSA in the form of Hawaiian morning glory seeds. That's what it was. But I don't know. Yeah, that's where it's okay. That's the interesting thing about choice. In the movie The Matrix, which my dad showed me as a little child, that got me thinking. In the movie The Matrix, the Oracle says, "You didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're just here to understand why you made the choice." And what's the choice? Is the choice separation? Is that what the choice was? The choice to separate? Because when I was in Amsterdam... Oh, sorry, I'm going to read what Bubbly says. Bubbly says she accidentally was convinced the air conditioning was being controlled when it absolutely wasn't. And when you wasn't feeling well and you got sick in sync with Wally's music, but for you, you kept such a strong grip on reality, you don't think you let it sweep you away as much? The air conditioning. Is there... I don't understand fully. I do understand one thing, Bubbly. When you were getting sick, I sent a text to my mother and asked my mother to say a prayer for you to help you feel better. Because there's like Father God and Mother Earth. And I feel like my mother's more connected with Mother Earth. I think my father is really connected with Mother Earth. I gotta remember. Oh, wow, this is hard. Alcohol really muddies the waters. The Oracle is a stooge. And you did? I think my mom has superpowers. I don't know why. I just got some weird paranoid thoughts. Like, I got a deep respect for my mother and father. I think there's something about childbirth that kind of unlocks something, a new perspective on love. And I know my dad has had crazy experiences he won't tell me, but that probably gave him a perspective on love. But it's like, if I take a step aside from what Chemical Robot said about the Oracle being a stooge, the Oracle is a part of this reality. So it's like, what was the choice that was made that we're here to try to understand? And is that choice separation? Because if at the core of everything is one unified everything, separation, maybe if it's an illusion, might have been the choice that was made. Why would we choose to separate? And I've heard a couple allegories before where it's like, if you're at a soccer game and you were like a stellar soccer performer and you were doing all the moves right, and like you single-handedly were the best team player on the soccer team, and you kicked the soccer ball into the goal and you won the match, or football, however you say it in European. But then afterwards, you realize it was all staged. That God set up that soccer game, and it was like God made it so that you won that game. He called all the players ahead of time and was like, hey, play like crap and let my son win, kind of thing. So it's like, what if that's what like life is to some degree? It's like a gift from God with enough separation to where you feel like you can reflect. Oh wow, sorry, I'm drinking alcohol, saying weird stuff. Whoops. Weird stuff. And I'm gonna listen to this. Oh my gosh, it's weird. I'm glad you felt better, but you know, one could say that you felt better because, you know, of natural circumstances unrelated to prayer and whatnot. But yeah, so like the idea that I saw and I'm regurgitating right now, it's like, what if God is everything? You're saying it's interesting, so I'll continue to blab about it. I need some more Edgar. Okay, so like, what if God is everything, right? And God is just nothing but love. But God wanted to give a gift to something else and created a form so that that form could like experience something. I don't know how to put it in the words, like, but that separation between the form and God is like, no, I actually can't. I have to think about that more in my own time. I don't know how to explain that deeper. But I think that might be the choice that, you know, like Neo in the Matrix, it's like the Oracle's like, you've already made the choice, just why'd you make it? And it's like, sorry, I don't know how to put it in the words. Yep, it's just cringe because I don't know how to say it. But those are just thoughts. There are many thoughts. Like there's infinite theories of to like why things are the way that they are. So I think I'll take a shot of vodka once this says 3 hours. We'll see what comes out of me after that. You see, I love and crave these types of discussions too, but it's like, how do you like... And this environment's perfect because I'm so thankful that you all are listening and chatting with me. But it's like, how do you articulate these in the words that actually make sense instead of like drunken ramblings, right? And the only way I can think to do that is to, one, do the drunken rambling, listen to myself, and then come back later and then re-revise it and make the articulation better. But that doesn't... But what I was just describing doesn't negate the hell realm thing. It's like, does that mean that God is subjecting himself to incomprehensible pain right now while simultaneously we're existing as human beings? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, being Christ-like would be cool. And that's the thing I admire the most about religion. But I've heard some things before. It's like if you try to be Christ-like, that's a recipe for getting trampled. Because, you know, if you turned the cheek whenever somebody like kicked your butt and you don't stick up for yourself, that's Christ-like. But at the same time, that's not going to help you survive in this. Yo, what's up, 6'3". I like the idea of being Christ-like, but the problem is that's like an impossible standard, it feels like. I mean, I'm definitely a taker. Bubbly, you're saying givers and takers. I'm definitely a taker. Like, I'm sitting in a house right now that was built by somebody else. I'm benefiting from a society that was built by antiquity. I'm enjoying a cigar that was rolled probably by some kind of mechanistic facility that was engineered by somebody else. Like, it's like everything was given to me. And it goes back to that soccer game allegory I was saying earlier, where it's like, your dad calls in and is like, all right, all these other players on the team act like crap so that my son can win. Hangs up the phone, and then you win the game and you feel great, but then someone from the game tells you like, oh yeah, your dad told me to play like crap. I was holding back. That's why you won. And it's like, oh no. So it's like, this is the experience of playing the soccer game authentically with no call-in from your dad. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, I don't know how to articulate my thoughts. Yeah, so no theme song today. We'll do a theme song in 10 minutes, 6 foot 3 inches. I really appreciate all of you listening to me. I hate the fact that I keep saying that over and over again. I think my memory's working well enough. 2 cans of Erdinger. But I do appreciate y'all listening to me and my rambles. So thank you. 6 foot 3 inches in 9 minutes or 10 minutes when that clock says 3 hours. I'll take a shot of vodka and we'll do a theme song. It might not be your theme song, but it'll be a theme song. I have no idea what I'm doing in this game right now. But I want to get better at talking about these kind of things, I think. And like, since y'all are here, it opens up a door for me to be able to talk about these kind of things. But it's like, I can't talk about these things without making mistakes first. Like when I express my opinions and my ideas, and when I listen to it back, I can hear the flaws in my speech, and then I can revise it later. Like when I was talking to my sister, and I was really deep in like the Christian mentality, she did not like that at all. So now I know how to revise that for the future. All these books of old, like I have not read all these books of old. I've read like Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy, and a little bit of Joshua. But the interesting thing in Joshua, it said like, keep all these laws in your mind. Don't express them. Keep them for yourself. And it's like, I forget what verse that is, but that was powerful to me. It's like, don't judge others based on this programming that you're being given. Like, judge yourself based on it. And it's like, what? So it's like, I can't apply the way I judge myself to the way I interact with others. Like, I have to judge only myself that way. Oh, gosh, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. But at the same time, like, I've got to adhere to those principles because it seems legit. Yeah, exactly. Only God can judge someone. And if you connect that back to the, like, esoteric idea of the Brahman where everything is God, it's like, that gets really weird to think about. 6 foot 3 inches. It's really weird and slippery. Alright, we're going back to the Wizard's Tower in this game. I'll go for a walk instead of a run. We'll walk to the Wizard's Tower. Well, I'm glad it makes sense, Bubbly. Like, when I take a shot of vodka here in 7 minutes, it'll stop making sense. And then I'll have to watch it back and be embarrassed. I like being happy. I don't like being serious all the time because being serious kind of kills the vibe. But I remember this German DJ named Boris Brecher, and he was wearing this shirt that said FCKING serious. And I'm like, whoa, Boris Brecher is serious. Yeah, I can't help but think that everything is God because, like, I imagine that God is providing this experience to me right now. And I think I said this before, like, I'm looking at walls. Like, behind me, you see walls. Like, I imagine that theoretically God could morph that wall behind me into a fist and punch me in the face right now if God wanted to, since God is that wall. But God's not doing that because God established a set of rules, which is the universe, like the Big Bang, if you think of the seed in a Minecraft algorithm that generates your Minecraft world, like I think like that seed is what initiated the Big Bang. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm saying. I gotta like get better at articulating that. You say, personally, I don't subscribe to the idea. I'm sorry I'm using a German accent, but I'm doing that when I'm reading what you say. You don't subscribe to the idea that everything is God, but rather everything is touched by God. Well, that is what touched means. He touches that part of life, but he isn't the wall. Yeah, that'll be one for me to figure out how to articulate. I had an experience, I don't know, like those weed experiences I think are kind of similar to the physical experience that we're all having right now, where it's like, it's just an experience being provided by something outside. It's like, where does that experience come from that we're having right now? Like, what is providing this experience that we're having right now? Domino's Pizza. That means a lot more. Neo. My ex was mentioning that he damaged his rib and had Domino's Pizza. My sister bought me a Domino's Pizza gift card for my birthday. Arf arf, Neo. Hope you're having a nice day. Oh, if I take this shot of vodka, I'm going to say some weird stuff. And it doesn't excuse the fact that I'm going to say weird stuff, but I probably got to say it. Then I can watch it back and learn how to articulate it better. Alright. It's time for vodka. It's time for a vodka shot to end the stream. And disclaimer ahead of time, I apologize for whatever religious themes that I spew. I'm a little tipsy right now. Just 2 beers, although these are more than 16 ounces, these cans. We'll have a shot of vodka. Hello, Spider Queen. And I gotta say, when I was high, I'm really appreciative towards Spider Queen in Amsterdam for being so kind when I was feeling like I was being... Like, if I'm honest, right? Forgive me for my religious whatever, but all I can think is like demonic thoughts where it's like you all were about ready to kick my butt and you were like being merciful towards me in that moment. One might call that schizophrenic thoughts. But yeah, I gotta be ready to talk about it. Alright, here comes the vodka. One moment, please.
Un momento, por favor. Jetzt hole ich die Wodka. Ein kleines Glas brauche ich. Okay, we got the Kühlschrank with the vodka. Where's my klein glass?
Interesting. I'm revealing too much about my mind. Gosh. Thanks for saying that, Neo. Alright, you can see all the frosts on the vodka. It's legit. If one's beliefs are so shaky,
If someone's saying something you don't agree with makes you mad. Yeah, I've got problems with anger, but I think it has to do with samskar. Like an emotion comes up from my past that I don't know how to process, and I label it as anger, but it's something else from my past that I need to process. And psychedelics is too much. Alright. Shot of vodka, cheers. Please bear with me, is what I say is going to get maybe weird, maybe it'll just be a fun time. We'll see what happens. Let me get a shot of sparkling water. 1 sec. Because I want a chaser for this, because it tastes kind of nasty. Okay. Get some sparkling water. I got lemon juice in a cup right now. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yes. Emotional regulation. Here we go. I'm going to try to be mindful, but I'm going to lose some. I'm going to be a bit incapacitated. All right, down the hatch. Don't worry, Bubbly, I'll have some water. I'm trying to stick to the man identification that I was given in this form. Even though my sexual instinct led me to do something other. God gave me that sexual instinct. Maybe that's a part of the soccer game thing I was saying earlier. I don't, yes, 6 foot says I'm trying to be the manliest man alive. I feel like this life is a gift. And there's rules for me that I need to know not to project onto others. That's the ticket. I don't like the idea of hell. I don't want it to exist anymore. And I don't know how to do that. I don't want no one to go there. That's terrible. I don't want there to be anyone there. That's terrible. And again, sorry for the vodka. It's probably going to get progressively more weird, but I don't know. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing in this game. Let's see. Maybe it'll be a fun time. Alright, we're going to the Wizard's Tower. Gandalf. I don't know if you can see in the background, but I've got a... where's my webcam at? I've got a Gandalf staff that my father made me. It's pretty cool. Yeah, let me grab it real quick. Hold up. I mean, it's a walking stick. My dad engraved, where is it? Hitting the trails, right? It's a walking stick, but I like to think of it as my Gandalf staff. My dad made it for me. Yo, jihad Gandalf. Let's not do no jihad. No jihad. What's... I gotta read the Quran. I gotta read the Bible. I gotta read the Bhagavad Gita. But I can't bring myself to do it. I'm a terrible reader. Yeah, crusades are equivalent to jihad. I understand that much. I can't bring myself to read it. Like when I learned German, they gave me an artificial motivation, and the weed fear of hell helped me read the first 5 books of the Bible. But when I got to the part where it was so negative towards women, it was like a contradiction. Like, that was hard. Where it was so vile towards women in Deuteronomy that I had to stop. And I had a mental vision when I stopped of some blue person
Oh no, that's weird. I'm sorry. Like, I have these visual thoughts sometimes. So, ich habe ein bisschen Deutsch gelernt, aber ich bin nicht fließend. Ich kann I can speak a very basic conversation in German, but not a very complicated conversation in German. Ja, aber there's something about this where it was very negative towards women. And I believe in Islam, it's also in the text very negative towards women. I believe that I am a man with a sexual instinct that contradicts the rules. So, oh meine Güte. Papa Smurf sollte. Yeah, I gotta try to be like Papa Smurf right now and be very mature. Thank you, S4SK. I think very fondly of a memory I have of chatting with some Germans on a festival ground and inquiring as to what song was playing in their tent. I can do a basic conversation well. I have the subconscious element. Like the ear, understanding German, I've got that, but speaking it is very difficult. But it's like, who cares about being able to understand it? The proof is in the pudding. I've got to be able to speak it in order for those to believe me that I understand German. But I can speak very basic German, so... Yeah, thank you, Jihad Gandalf. This is very nice of you. I don't know what I'm doing right now in this game, but yeah. Wir haben nur 55. We have only 55 minutes left until this stream ends. So, yeah, we are trying to speedrun as best as possible. We're speedrunning RuneScape right now. That's how it goes. My moral compass is being altered slightly. My moral compass is being altered slightly. No, I have to adhere by the rules. I must label my stream as retro Sega Saturn 1995 legit console. And the category is retro. I think this is a little loud. It's a little loud, man. Holy smokes. That's a little loud. Look at that. We got a moment of silence. Let's appreciate reality and being high on life, and thank you for this life. How about that? Let's do some retro. I loved this game as a child. I think the audio is a little loud right now, man. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. I don't know if this works. It's okay. Okay, as long as it's okay. I will be Knuckles, while I saw in the speedruns that Knuckles was very nice. So we will play Knuckles right now on Resort Island. And we will try to do... Audio is good for you. I trust you because I don't understand right now how good the audio is. I need some Wasser. See, Bubbly, I have Wasser right here. It's very nice. I will pour myself some Wasser. Ready? Set, go! Oh, meine Güte. Oh, it's a little laggy, I think. It's not as smooth as it should be. A little bit laggy, not too smooth. What happened? What just happened? Meine Güte. Listen. I don't think I've got enough experience with a capture card to be able to capture the content of that game accurately. I gotta practice a little bit more. When I was a child, I played that game like a religion. Sonic R was amazing. Got so much tobacco in my mouth right now. I made myself cringe before when I was talking about platonic love. I was like, oh, I platonically love y'all. I was thinking about buying the Super Mario games for, say, Nintendo Wii. Like, I could buy the GameCube game and run it in the Nintendo Wii. Gotta keep it righteous, though. This stream is quite bizarre. There's some popular streamer named Finster. And maybe he goes by she now. I haven't been keeping up. But Finster came in once and was like, this stream is really weird. I think he's right. I think this stream is a bit different. I think I can blow some vape clouds with this cigar. Yes, only Toa. Yes. I just want to show you the ashtray. Like, check it out, man. Like, we rocking the cigar ash right now. It's just looking so jive. Yeah, the stream's a little weird. And the thing I like about streaming is when I take the shot of vodka, it's being recorded publicly, so it's like I can scrutinize myself better. So my own personal judgment, which, you know, yeah, I like weird too. Bubbly. Oh, that cigar. I'm trying to go to Draenor in this game to do the quest weiter. I'm doing some fake laugh right now, but I don't know what that is. I'm just narrating what's going on right now. Yeah, authenticity is nice, but there are rules. And when es gibt people, there are people like 0x800CCCOF. There's an old moderator in the stream named 0x. And there's an old moderator in this stream named Duck Rubber, and there's an old moderator in this stream named Chemical Robot, who's here right now, among others, who they seem to maintain their moral compass despite their state of inebriation. Yeah, that's right. I've got a safeguard moderator. Even though Bubbly is a moderator, I've got to safeguard it. There's someone else in this stream named Cursed Fox. Maybe some of you know who Cursed Fox is. And I moderated him because I don't want to say love, but platonic, you know. And I should not do such a thing because we don't need moderators with such a tiny stream. It's not necessary. We have everyone that we need right here, right now, I think. Something like that. The music is a little quiet, but it's artificial intelligence music. I'm trying to keep it righteous. And it's very difficult to keep it righteous when in such a state of inebriation. But it feels nice once a week, taking a break from the rigid standards of composing yourself for work. I think I was talking earlier in the stream how I drank caffeine at work. I got absolutely crazy. and like there was some lady at work who was like, oh yeah, this VP took a crap on so and so, and then someone else at work was like, oh, I just got a short dump in the code, and I connected short dump to taking a crap on, and I said that out loud, and I made someone else laugh, and then I started laughing uncontrollably from the caffeine. Yeah, the poop joke was so funny that I laughed uncontrollably at work, and that is not good. I have to be stoic at work. I have to try my best to be a mature adult at work, but it's very difficult to be a mature adult at work. When inside, I laugh at poop jokes. Like, come on, man. But the cool thing was, when I expressed it before I laughed, someone else laughed at work. Someone else thought the poop joke was funny. And someone else tried to continue the poop joke by saying fart humor. But by then my high from caffeine was going down and I was stoic again. I was like, you said a fart joke? That is not funny in my current state of consciousness. Hello, Spider Queen. Oh, thank you for typing. I recognize this is such a short type, but thank you. I cannot smoke weed. I'm scared of the contact high. Like, if I ever party with you all... If I ever party with you all again after this gross giant project that I'm on at work right now, if I ever party in Amsterdam again, please understand that when I am scared of the cannabis contact high, it is because the cannabis is very powerful for my brain. It's too much for me. Therefore, I take baby steps, which is a meditation every day at 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Spider Queen, for the 16 months. I'll give you the 2 big hammer slaps for such a big subscription. Wow. I don't even know what category I'm streaming in on Twitch right now. I'm hoping that it's RuneScape because I'm trying to keep it righteous. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's all I can say. Is saying RuneScape S4SK, thank you. I don't know what I'm doing in this game, but I appreciate the conversation. I have to relearn how to do the stream and, you know, but it might take 2 years, but we'll see. Oh, thank you, look for. Oh, that's a little spicy. The roach to the cigars. A bit much. I don't have any beer anymore. Oh, that's right. I shouldn't drink any more beer because I'm tipsy right now. Okay. I delivered the package to Aubrey and Barack. See, I'm trying to play the game right now. See, this is the thing. You gotta learn how to play a game while simultaneously by being entertaining at the same time. Because that's one thing about being when you're streaming, you've got to be entertaining. And I don't know how to do that anymore. 19 minutes of vodka feels pretty intense. My memory is probably going to... I'm in the moment right now. Hello? Hello? I'm here in the moment right now. Nice. I don't need alcohol. Ich brauche alcohol. I need alcohol in order to be in the moment. Yeah, 2 beers. Bubbly. 2 beers and a shot of vodka. Nein, wir brauchen nicht mehr Wodka. Es gibt there's a balance. 3 Stunden, 3 hours. I like the 4. 4 hours is the balance. Gleichgewicht. There's somebody who's probably not in the stream right. Oh, I can't play copyright music on stream right now, but there's a song by Uwe Busa. I can't play copyright music on stream, but there's Uwe Busa. Uwe Busa. I'm getting hyper fixated on something that doesn't really matter. Sorry. Alright, yo, what's up? There's a song, okay? There's a song that I like. There's somebody who was here in the stream earlier named Paladizia Busse. Wir sind Passagiere. Ah, es macht's nicht. Uwe Busse, wir sind Passagiere. Leading up to Vodka's 3 hours, right? The actual streams. Nur Gast. We are only guests in this world. We are only guests in this world. Von Paladizia. He is a World of Warcraft streamer who is echt wunderschön. And he had played this song on his stream. Ja, genau. Paladizia is the master of World of Warcraft PvP, PvP. Und he had this song played. We are blind passengers among a... Oh, whoa, was? I don't even know how to say these words in German. We are only guests on this world. We are only guests on this world. We are kings and beggars. On the search for ourselves. Only guests on this world. Only guests on this world. And I like this song, but I don't want to play it because of copyright reasons. So... Because I'm trying to be righteous with this fear I have of hell, which is very scary. But I linked it in the chat. And again, I apologize for the inebriation, but this is the nature of the stream right now. So, yeah. This speedrun's going pretty flawlessly, if I say. I've smoked 4 cigars. I think I need a 5th. Oh, wow. Yes, probably. I'm having fun because you're here and Chemical Robot is here and S4SK ist hier und Log4 ist hier. Und es gibt so viele Leute, die hier sind. Genau. My boy. But, oh wow, I moved the microphone outside of it. Alright, so I got an assortment of cigars here. I need an extra one because I ran out. Das ist wunderbar. This is a great speed run. I think it's going absolutely swimmingly. But I gotta remember to keep it righteous, of course. This is the 1 day of, what's it called? Is this hedonism? Or perhaps it is coping, where I use substances to cope with reality. But debauchery, that's the word I was looking for, Bubbly. Thank you. We just need a 5th stogie to keep it going, keep it in jive. I think that 2 beers and the vodka kind of did a little bit of a number. Alright, so we got the cigar. We're going to circumcise it for maximum inhalation. But I'm not inhaling, I'm just dancing the smoke around my tongue. The weed is really scary. I don't like weed. I think my lighter is running out of gas. Or more specifically, lighter fluid. Okay, so for this speed run, I've got 15 quest points and I need 32.
I'm trusting S4SK that I'm streaming in the RuneScape section right now. Oh wait, that was an expression of distrust. I gotta learn to trust better. Trusting is difficult. I have such a problem with not trusting, like not trusting myself. I don't even trust myself anymore. I literally don't even trust myself anymore. It's crazy. Yes, like when I'm producing work at work, I don't even trust my output anymore. I look at it and I revise it. I'm pouring myself some sparkling water right now. Hey, what's up, B4 Marmoset? Wow, a little bit tipsy. Yeah. Building self-trust. I guess I gotta build that up a little bit. Wow, only how many minutes? 35 minutes of debauchery left. Interesting. It's crazy what an impact that shot of vodka had on me. I'm gonna do the knight's sword by talking to a knight in Felidor. But anyway, that's secondary to what's going on right now. See, the background activity of the stream is RuneScape, but I need to learn how to seamlessly integrate that with the conversation. And that's what I used to be able to know how to do with caffeine, but caffeine is no longer a substance I'm going to abuse. Because caffeine's too much for me. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit in the moment right now. Yeah, I gotta be careful because I know that's a pattern with streaming where someone drinks copious amounts of alcohol and then the state of inebriation, you know, attracts like getting a following based on the inebriation. But yeah, I mean, the caffeine really is more than the 5 cigars, I promise. I promise you the caffeine is more than 5 cigars. Like, I mean, my boss at work bought me a green tea and I was laughing about poop jokes with my coworkers. Like, come on now. I mean, fart humor, poop humor. That's so infantile of me. I've got to learn how to be an adult. Yes, and coping with my existential fears on navigating this reality. I don't even remember what I was doing in the game. I think I was doing something. Yeah, the fake poop filtering factory, exactly. Oh yeah, I was doing the knight's sword. Stop running. Take it slow, take it smart. Wow. Oh, I forget how to say 15, 32, 32 and 15. That's right, Neo Maxi Sunscreen. No, the cigar, it makes my mouth tingly. Newbie rabbit. Box f2p. You have been following since 2020. You have been following since 2020. Hello. Happy birthday. Yeah, I think the vodka is pretty intense, man. Gotta be careful with that vodka. But, you know, I bought this thing. I'm spitting because of the nasty taste in my mouth.
I bought this breathalyzer which measures my inebriation. And it appears as if there's no batteries inside it right now, so I can't measure my level of inebriation right now. But I've got this breathalyzer. It's a cheap breathalyzer, which it's very cheap, but it measures, you need to make sure I'm safe for driving. So when I get a Domino's pizza later, it'll be, I'll breathalyze myself before doing such a thing, because I prefer to pick it up instead of delivering it, because it saves a little bit of the beans. I'm a bean counter. What was I doing? I was talking to somebody in the game. I think my cigar burned out. What an interesting stream. Ah, yes, Knight's Sword. That's right. Knight's Sword was exactly what I was going for. My moral compass is skewed right now. Oh no, the Rayman case is broken. Exactly like my moral compass is right now. Oh, it's so difficult to maintain the morality. Yes, so we should do some Classica. And RuneScape's a classic, but... oh no. Yeah, light up everything except weed. That's a little too intense. I don't know what's going on in this world, man. This world's a little confusing sometimes. Alright, we got Rayman up in here. Gonna try some Rayman right now. A little bit inebriated, perhaps. I think the music, yeah, no blonde hair. I'm trying some, morality. Forcing myself to fight against my sexual instinct. Because it's righteous. But this game, as a child, I also loved a lot. This game was great. Here we got the Sega back online. I'm gonna switch back to retro. There we go. Keeping it righteous. Maybe there's some kind of message hidden within this intro. Maybe. But it's so laggy. This game was great as a child. Whoa, I've got a game on here already? It's not laggy for you? Okay. Oh. I don't even know how to adjust the volume. Alright. Okay, there we go. I turned the volume down. When I was little, there was a game save that me and my dad had made. And if you can see, it says down here, erase. And I erased the game save because I thought it meant race, like racing in Sonic R. So I erased my dad's game save. I mean, me and my dad's game save of Rayman. Let's make a fresh one. A. That sounds good. Instead of gay. Wow. Righteous. Yeah. Is there a hidden message in this? Let's find out.
Hey, folks, folks.
Yo, what's
You
up?
wanna know what's going on? Let me tell you the story of Rayman.
Rayman.
In Rayman's world, nature and people live together in peace. The
Nature.
great Protoon provides and maintains the harmony and balance in the world.
Ah, the great platoon.
Sorry, folks. This apparently can't last.
Darn it.
One fateful day, the evil Mr. Dark steals the great Protoon and defeats Spatilla the fairy as she tries to protect it. The Electoons, who used to gravitate around it, lose their natural stability and scatter all over the world!
Okay, so basically nature was disrupted. That's the message we can take from that. The Dream Forest? Ah, this is a banger. Gotta be quiet though. It's a secret. I played this as a child. This game as a child was so good. Yes. Is it loud still? Probably. I don't know. Yeah, it's a banger. Nice little introductory, you know. That's pretty good. It's good? A lot on your left ear, I'm sorry. Maybe I should do some of this here. Is that a bit better? Look at that, I beat the level! Oh yeah, we doing the middle path right now, ain't that great? Oh, it's getting hardcore now. But if you do one of these and you climb up, there's a secret level here. Get an extra life. And then you can do this dude here who gives you an extra life as well. But you need enough, you need 10 little blue balls. So I'll go grab some blue balls. Now I can do the secret stage. It's so great, we are righteously playing this game without an emulator. Perfectly righteous on the original hardware with a capture card. Here we go. I hope. I just blew a raspberry, man. Alright, secret stage time. Alright, so the objective of the secret stage is to collect all the little blue dots. And if you collect all the little blue dots, you get an extra life. Retrolink? I don't know what this is called, but something tells me I just made a mistake, which is going to render my collection of the extra life mute. Unless... Look at that! I did it perfectly. I got an extra life. Look at that. Perfection. Wait, I'm doing it again? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do this over and over. Oh, thank you for the well played, mean trader. Apparently, you can do the quest multiple times, which increases the difficulty with each iteration of the, you know. Wow! Oh, wow. I've only got 6 seconds left, and there's 6 realms in the Wheel of Samsara. Well, I did another perfect play. Yeah, the ash is a bit much. I'll go ahead and ash it. Thank you. All right. Let's get on back down here and see what's up. So, okay, I'm not blowing raspberries. But there's some way in this game to, like... I don't know. Let's just see what happens. You're cruising, jumping along, jumping down. This game, like the graphics in this game are amazing. The music is amazing. Oh, I blew a raspberry at him and I lost some HP. That's no problem though, because I can get some HP there. Yeah, it's Henry Chunkola. I think I'm a little bit inebriated, but I'm coping right now with reality. Reality is intense, my brother. It's very intense. Oh. Whoops, I took a point of damage. Now, if you see, there's these caged beings on the left. If you want to go 100%, you'll release the caged beings. So that's what we're going to do. I actually can't see the full game because I'm looking at the game through OBS right now. It's a little laggy. So, we're keeping it righteous. Make it go up and around. Now these little caged beings are called Neptunes. You gotta free the Neptunes, they're trapped. So, and look at all the difficulty you have to go through to get to them. It's crazy, but it's worth it because you ain't want nobody in a hell realm, which in the case of these Neptunes would be, how do we even get to the Neptunes? I don't know. I can't hang on the thing. Maybe I need a power up like later in the game to come back to them. So we'll just rock that for now. Oh my gosh, I fell in the water. Yeah, let's keep going to the right. Henry Chuck, oh, that's a good idea. Uh-oh. And as you progress along the path, more difficulties seem to spawn. Keep going. Alright, that's the completion of the level. But notice, I complete the level, but the Neptunes are left behind. I have to go back for the Neptunes to spare them from their cage. That's for later, though. Oh, I love this song so much. Batilla the Fairy grants you magical powers. Ah, yes. Hello, Rayman. I'm Batilla the Fairy, and I'm going to grant you something that I can't read. I can punch. Press the B button, alright. Look at that, ain't that cool? I've unlocked new powers, wow. See, if I wanted to, I could go back for the Neptunes. Because I've unlocked the punching power, see this? I can free the Neptunes who are trapped. 1 out of 6, just like the 6 realms in the Wheel of Samsara. Oh my gosh, I'm so cringe. Now you have to change your name, Henry. Can't believe I'm playing this game. It's hard telling what happens when you like get drunk. Oh wow, I can like jump on that guy's head. And now I got the super fist. I can blast him. Woo! Ain't that great? Blasting him out of the park. Oh no. I made a fool out of myself. I drowned in the water. Yeah, free ride. Kind of like this life. The free ride, it's a gift. I got ash all over my desk right now, all over my keyboard. Making a fool out of myself. It's not good. Not good. But it's alright. I mean, having fun, maybe.
know if I'm having fun. Maybe I'm trying to be serious. Maybe I'm trying to be entertaining. Go back to Rayman? I can't. Because we're here now in RuneScape. I don't think I... Yeah, there's ash all over the place. Maybe next time, yeah, exactly. We just gotta figure out how to keep it entertaining. Somehow I'm supposed to describe the taste. It just feels like my tongue is very tingly right now. That's the only taste I feel. I feel like I did pretty good this time in terms of keeping it morally reprehensible. I don't even know what that means, but I said it. Alright. Let's investigate the knight's sword. I've got 15 quest points. You need 32 in order to do Dragon Slayer, which is what this speed run is. I've got such a mess to clean up after this stream. There's ash all over my keyboard. Look at this mess. There's ash. There's ash all over my keyboard. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, alcohol has numbed a little bit, I guess, but... Huh. I think I clicked on the wrong quest. The knight's sword. I gotta talk to the squire. Combat level 20? Wow. You have paper? Yeah, I can't use the Vide. The only thing I know about Tim Allen is Home Improvement. I watched that when I was a child on TV. Screws his game. I've got to be doing something while I'm streaming. Oh yeah, I've heard a lot about Dark Souls 2. Everyone's saying like Dark Souls is legit, Dark Souls 3 is legit, but Dark Souls 2 is not as fun. So maybe I should try Dark Souls 2 since I've never tried it. But you're saying Dark Souls 3, but now I've got the thought in my head of Dark Souls 2. What if Dark Souls 2 is actually really fun, but everyone's just trolling when they say it's poopy? I need combat level 20. I also need some goblin mail, so... Dark Souls 2 is the only one you liked? Whoa. Alright, maybe we'll have to bust out the Dark Souls 2 before Marmoset and Spider Queen and Chemical Robot and S4SK. Might have to bust out the Dark Souls 2. I've got the Xbox 360 controller ready to go, but obviously not right now because I've got to limit myself to once a weekend. Just a little bit of enjoyment. We'll give it a shot maybe next time. Or maybe we won't. Hard telling. But yeah. Yep. Just a big old mystery. That's one thing that's interesting to me, like the Greek mysteries. The Greek mysteries, I think, was some kind of a process where they subjected themselves to like intense psychedelics to discover something. What do you mean once a week? I could do more. See, I've got this like rigid mentality where I've got to adhere to a pattern, which I think patterns are nice in terms of content. Like, you know, when you turn on the TV back in the 90s, you expect a program to be on at like 8 p.m. sharp So maybe I can turn this into some sort of program where it broadcasts at a particular time, which, you know, Benewbie Rabbit once a week might be the pattern. Five stogies. That's pretty good. That shot of vodka was nice. Yeah, weekly streams seem pretty nice. Henry Chocolate. Metal Stuhlbande. Zero Harry Zero. I definitely can't do daily streams with like the workload that I have. Too much going on at work for that. It's impossible. I mean, I theoretically could, but I'd have to really work up to something like that. And plus, I like engaging in the debauchery a little bit, and limiting that to once a week I think is a pretty good balance. Because, you know, drinking the alcohol, smoking the stogies, you do that every day. That's gonna lead to some dangerous bodily damage. I have no idea what's going on. And I have faith that none of us have had no idea what's going on. Oh, a clue scroll. I don't need that because I'm doing a speed run. Yeah, but apparently I need 4 goblin mail for this quest. You know, doing all of this together would get me the combat level required for doing the knight's sword, so yeah, I'm hoping that one day we all figure it out. Got all kinds of cigar chunks lingering in my mouth. Reality is pretty scary, man. I tell you what. I don't know when the Dark Souls 2 stream will be, Henry Chacolo. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea when that's gonna happen, but that sounds good. Because my thing has always been playing games of old, because I can't really jive with the games of new. So Dark Souls 2 is technically a game of old. I have no nostalgia associated with Dark Souls 2, so playing that might be interesting. But a predictable pattern is always nice for the sake of entertainment. Entertainment value is important when doing a stream, right? So I gotta keep that up a little bit. Yeah, at least I think so. Maybe that's not true. I mean, y'all are tuning in despite me doing incredibly boring RuneScape content. I'm trying to make the RuneScape content hype in a way that it's, you know, speedrun connectable. I'm glad you're entertained, Henry Chocolate. I played Dark Souls on the PC and I loved it. An amazing experience every step of the way. RuneScape's awful? Hey. RuneScape's my roots though, so I keep going back to it. It's where I started. Man, there's smoke everywhere in this room. I'm probably inhaling massive secondhand smoke right now. That's not good. Dark Souls 2 might be pretty cool. Might be a little more niche. But you know, if y'all are here to keep me gabbing, Maybe es nur 5 Minuten? Ja, genau. I just inhaled on accident. We have only 5 minutes left. I think the 4 hours is good. A brief exposure to slightly altered. Very punishing. I don't know. I see it as a challenge. Yeah, keeping me yapping. Exactly. Oh, there's a goblin mail. I need one of those for the quest. Yeah, I appreciate y'all keeping me yapping. Oh. I think this is a pretty good level. I did get drunk, but I didn't go off saying too much weird stuff. Probably said a little bit of weird stuff, but I can revise that and fine tune it for the future to help myself express better as I listen to myself back. Yeah, I'm not sure what the rest of the day holds. You get a little day drunk. Weird stuff. I was talking about, like, the nature of reality. Like hell and heaven and the wheel of samsara. The interesting thing about the wheel of samsara is heaven exists within the wheel of samsara. And according to the wheel of samsara, a demon maintains the wheel of samsara. So according to the wheel of samsara, there's a demon maintaining heaven, which is weird to think about. And it's like, how do you transcend both heaven and hell? Oh, I don't know. That's just stuff I've read. Yeah, eternal recurrence is bizarre. Yeah. What a bizarre circumstance we're all in right now. 5 defense. And I'm just a noob. I know there's people that have subjected themselves to psychedelic experiences that are way more intense than this. They've seen the hell realms, they've seen the heaven realms, they've seen all the realms. Oh. But yeah, death is a scary concept for me. Still. Eternal return. Spooky, spooky, spooky stuff. Is this what one would call loaded? Yeah, definitely anxiety inducing. I don't feel very much anxiety right now. I've heard someone say, I got loaded. Like if you smoked 5 cigars and drank 2 beers and a shot of vodka, would that be considered loaded? I think I'm loaded right now. Which is technically not very righteous, but it's my coping mechanism. Mayhaps. Mayhaps indeed. Alright. We got 1 minute left of my debauchery for the week. Thank you all for chatting with me. Maybe I can learn a thing or two if I watch this back. Yeah, the Saturday traditions are nice. But I've got work to do. What's that called? Dharma? Like your responsibility? Yeah. Bye, Bubbly. Bye, Before Mama Said. Bye, Manumi Rabbit. Bye, S for Escal. Bye, Henry Chocolate. Oh, trust me, there's no night-night for me, but I got some work to do. But yeah, I think it's been about 4 hours, so that's one predictable thing in this pattern of this stream. I'll keep it to 4 hours. And we'll see each other next time. Auf Wiedersehen.